I know you guys saw my Swart the Euro videos. Just wanted to remind everybody before I start today, when we're talking about when you hear white servitude or European, don't automatically think so-called white or pale skin. We know there was melanated, dark-skinned Europeans. This is information in history they never told us. I mean, we kind of knew, but it's really deep. And we got to start correcting history. We got to start putting it in their face more and more and more. It doesn't matter how many times they're going to say culture vultures or this is history. This is true. All right? This is Charles V right here. These are Minoan women. That's ancient times. That's like Minoan women. Look at them.
Indeed, not a single English or American sailor or traveler captured at sea by North African pirates between 1600 and 1775 described himself or herself as a white slave, or even as white, in over 36 published memoirs. Instead, they described themselves as Christian captives, as Christian slaves, and infrequently as English slaves. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim, and if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam, a so-called renegade. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim, and if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam. To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject. To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject. A migrant whose whiteness marked his or her fungibility, their capacity to be bought and sold, rather than their rights as a political subject.
You hear that?
So this is not what I expected. Not at all what I expected. The argument being that white racial grammar was not born white supremacist. It became that way. So then the question becomes how and why? What led to that evolution and the creation of an ideology of white victimhood and white power?
Now, why is this not being known more widely in America? Why is this being swept under the rug?
We have a gigantic industry in the United States and in the West which is determined to limit black people to a slave mentality, to tell them you've been slaves, and the only way you're ever going to get out of that is to rely on the slave mentality of the socialistic welfare democratic system, which is going to subsidize your manumission ever further. Well, as we know, no one ever gets out of his own bondage by someone else doing it for you. It's by your own work that you bring yourself out of bondage.
Governor Northam made a reference to the history of slavery in the Commonwealth during his CBS interview, but he didn't call the first Africans to land on Virginia's shores slaves. Take a listen.
Well, it has been a difficult week, and if you look at Virginia's history, we're now at the 400-year anniversary. Just 90 miles from here, in 1619, the first indentured servants from Africa landed on our shores in Old Point Comfort, what we call now Fort Monroe. And while in 1619, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant.
And what did the elite do when you see that you're outnumbered by black and white folks who are penniless, landless, peasants? You have to do one of two things. You either have to kill them all, but you can't do that because who's going to work? Rich folks weren't going to. They had to get poor people to work. The whole point was to be a person of leisure back in those days. That was the goal. was not to work. So you couldn't kill them all. You didn't want to kill them all. You had to do the work yourself. You had to build your own levee, build your own house. No. Pick your own tobacco, harvest your own cotton. No, we're not going to do any of that. So you can't kill them, but you can co-opt them. And so the elite in Virginia, for example, in the colony, begins to give certain carrots to people of European descent, saying things like, you know, we're going to let you own a little land, not much, but just a little. And we're going to get rid of indentured servitude. Now you're free labor. And by the way, once you're free labor, you get 50 acres of land. Just because you're free labor, see? So we're going to cut you in on this deal. We're going to let you enter into contracts. We're going to let you testify in court. And here's the best of all. We're going to put you on the slave patrol to keep those people in line, right? The idea was you're still going to get your clock clean. We still don't like you. We still aren't going to really empower you or change your economic subordination, but we're going to make you honorary members of this team, and you're going to help us keep those other people down. And so they got a little taste of power, and it did effectively divide and conquer those coalitions. Those rebellions began to stop almost instantly.
So again, we're about to read from this book from Benjamin Franklin. This is a throwback from the Black Jacobite video real quick, and it also helps us understand what we're going to read today. Concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries, by Benjamin Franklin. All right, Benjamin Franklin wrote this. All right, this is from 1755. All right, and we're on page 10 of this book, and this is what Benjamin Franklin says point 24, which he's making observations, right, he's given, which leads me to add one remark. He says that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. It's very small. You're the minority. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. All right, tawny, a darker complexion, right, not white. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. All right, what is that saying? America is what? Black or tawny, wholly so. All right, Benjamin Franklin, and you know. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion. Swarthy. All right, just in case you don't know what swarthy is, just a quick reminder, we're here in the American Dictionary of the English language. All right, this is actually Webster's 1828 dictionary. All right, I got the official PDF. We're gonna go all the way to the word swarthy. All right, and right here it says swart. Right, almost sounds like steward. Swart, steward, swart, steward. Now, what they get the steward? Did it mean black or dark? What is swart? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny, swarth. All right. Down here it says swart, to make tawny or brown. Swart, an apparition. Swartly. All right, duskly with a tawny hue. Says swartness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, right? Dark complexion, swarthy, being of a dark hue or dusky complexion. Tawny, in warm climates, the complexion of men is universally what? Swarthy or what? Black in warm climates. Is there only warm climates in Africa? No, we have warm climates all over the world, right? The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. It says their swarthy hosts would darken all our plains. Swarthy. All right, black, as the swarthy African, it says, right? As the swarthy African. So the African is swarthy, right? Swarthy is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny. Swarthy, tawny. All right? So you get the picture, right? Swarthy. So an African is swarthy, right? Black, right? So again, he said, Benjamin Franklin, that in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, French, Italians, Spaniards, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, black complexion, as are the Germans. So is the Germans. So who's the real Quakers and Puritans that were coming over here? The Saxons, only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth, he says, according to him, right? So he's saying that the Saxons and the English and his English lineage, right? Not all of the English, we'll see later. I could wish their numbers were increased. He said, I wish there was more white people, because it seems that all of Europe is basically swarthy. What do we have here? Right here, this is runaway ad from the Pennsylvania Gazette, 1747. It says here, runaway, the 22nd instant from James Greenfield of Newland Township, Chester County, an Irish servant man named Robert Clinton. Irish, right? A weaver by trade. He's a middle stature with black curled hair. Black curled hair and swarthy complexion. Hello. Hello. Black curled hair, swarthy complexion. Irish with black curled hair and swarthy complexion. Who are they talking about here? Just let y'all think about that. All right? Look at this. Let's never teach them what swarthy means, so they'll never know. But we missed the, you know, we're picturing Irish with red hair, red straight hair, blonde. No, sorry. This Irish got black curled hair, and a swarthy complexion. And about 20 years of age. He was young, all right? Had on when he went away a new felt hat, a dark brown coat, a green jacket, a flaxen shirt, and in fine stock polo trousers. Of course he had that. He's a European. The so-called Negroes are European. Why did so many so-called black people not go back to their indigenous African culture and clothing after they ran away and gave their kids, instead of dressing like Europeans and giving their kids European names? Well, they were Europeans. They were just doing what was natural for them. Black curled hair, swarthy complexion. Do you guys understand now? So when we're talking about Irish being sent to the Caribbean, Irish being sent to the plantations, don't just assume pale-skinned white people. Yeah, this is deep. If you're in the islands, Jamaicans, you know, on any of those islands, Barbados, you got to really think about your ancestry. How deep it goes. How much Irish and Scottish could it be? Could it be? You got to go case by case, individual case by case, because you can't group everybody under one single thing. Because we have an Irish with black curled hair and swarthy complexion here, all right?
All right, so we're in the Encyclopedia Virginia.org website, and it says here, Indentured Servants in Colonial Virginia, contributed by Brenda Wolfe and Martha McCarty. And it says indentured servants were men and women who signed a contract, also known as indenture or a covenant, by which they agreed to work for a certain number of years in exchange for transportation to Virginia. And once they arrived, food, clothing, and shelter. All right, so you see transportation to Virginia. So they want us to assume they're talking about Europeans. You know, it doesn't really specify from where, right? But they're gonna, you know, we're just, I guess in this article, they're just gonna talk about Europeans, or, you know, it doesn't say if they're white or more, you know, what kind of Europeans were coming. All right, so that's your own hijack. So it says adults usually served for 4 to 7 years and children sometimes much longer, with most working in the colony's tobacco fields. Yeah, in the plantations, right? In tobacco plantations. Indentured servitude became, during most of the 17th century, the primary means by which Virginia planters filled their nearly inexhaustible need for labor. That's how they filled these plantations, all right? At first, the Virginia Company of London paid to transport servants across the Atlantic, but with the institution of the head-right system in 1618, the company enticed planters and merchants to incur the cost with the promise of land. So I guess they promised them land after they were done. As a result, servants flooded into the colony, servants, not slaves, where they were greeted by deadly diseases and often harsh conditions that killed a majority of newcomers and left the rest to the mercy of sometimes cruel masters. The General Assembly passed laws regulating contract terms, as well as the behavior and treatment of servants. Besides benefiting masters with long indentures, these laws limited servant rights, while still allowing servants to present any complaints in court. By the end of the 17th century, the number of new servants in Virginia had dwindled, and the colony's labor needs were largely met by enslaved Africans. Dodge the hijack.
And so there are two sources of labor in colonial Virginia. The first of these being indentured servants. These were poor Europeans who agreed to a fixed term of forced labor in return for their passage across the Atlantic. So that's why it's called an indenture, because it's a type of contract between two individuals or groups. Well, at the very beginning, there were more indentured servants than African slaves. In fact, at the very beginning, there were 0 African slaves.
0.
All right, so real quick, just
0.
want to say let's dodge the hijack with the African, but shout out to Tom Ritchie for this history lesson. And again, as he was saying, it was indentured servants. All right, in the beginning, there was no African slaves at all. There was no slaves. It was all indentured servants. Remember?
And slavery kind of gradually became institutionalized in colonial Virginia until finally it was decided that slaves were the property of their masters for life. First, slaves were actually treated like indentured servants.
All right, so this is the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science by Herbert B. Adams, the editor. It says history is past politics and politics are present history. Freeman. 13th series. All right, and it's called White Servitude in Virginia. Yes, white servitude in Virginia. Oh, you thought it was just a little article here and there.
What is this? White servitude in colonial America. It says white servitude. Again, they're only saying white because they're Europeans, not because they're pale skinned. This is a modern interpretation of what they're trying to teach you in these books. So again, they're referring to all these Europeans collectively as white or white servitude. But we know, right? We've shown the evidence, we've shown the books, we've shown the genealogy, we've shown the historical coat of arms, the historical stewards, the historical so-called black nobility of Europe, right? And everybody else that was over there, the Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, the Moors that got expelled. We've shown all that. What happened to them? All right, let's see.
A study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, white servitude in the colony of Virginia, 1895. And we're in.
All right, so real quick again, dodge the hijack. They're saying white servitude, they mean European servitude. All right, not just pale skin. Yes, there was pale skin, yes. But they're leaving out, they want you to assume, they want you to only picture pale skinned people. So break the spell, all right? Wow, when I'm reading this, picture people of color going through this too.
Page 10 in the introduction, it tells you that the object of the present paper then is to show first the purely colonial development of an institution which both legally and socially was distinct from the institution of slavery, which grew up independently by its side, though the two institutions mutually affected and modified each other to some degree. All right. Second, that it proved an important factor in the social and economic development of the colonies and conferred a great benefit on England and other portions of Europe in offering a partial solution of their problem of the unemployed. Now remember, they were sending their undesirables, the poor people in the street, the bums, homeless people, convicts. So they were getting rid of all these people. So they were finding a way to do that by putting them as indentured servants and sending them to America. Right? So it says, when Lord Delaware came in 1610 with fresh supplies, he thoroughly organized the colony as a labor force under the commanders and overseers. Dale afterwards applied a rigorous military system adopted from the Low Countries and enforced it with great severity in carrying out his plans for establishing new plantations. The colonists were marched to their daily work in squads and companies under officers, people, colonists, Europeans, not talking about African slaves here. All right? And the severest penalties were prescribed for a breach of discipline or neglect of duty. A persistent neglect of labor was to be punished by galley service from 1 to 3 years. Penal servitude was also instituted for petty offenses. They worked as slaves in irons for a term of years, in irons and chains. The planters affirmed that there were continual whippings and extraordinary punishments, such as hangings. Who's getting hanged first? You see, who's getting whipped? Hanged. All right? Shooting, breaking on the wheel, and even burning alive. They were burning these people alive, but it is likely they must exaggerate the state of affairs. So they were sending so many people here, even before 1619. Since 1607, they were trying to set this up. They had different ways they were trying to do it. This book explains. Eventually, the growth of a class of strictly indented servants was also a factor in the failure of this tenantship. Servants were much less costly and rapidly became more profitable. 50 servants were sent to serve the public in 1619, and in the next year, 100 more, say the records, to be disposed of among the old planters, which they exceedingly desire, and will pay the company their charges with very great thanks. These men had been selected with great care, but the company was unfortunate in being forced by the repeated orders of King James, all right, good old King James, to add a number of dissolute persons whom he was determined by the exercise of a mere prerogative to remove from England as undesirable class. See, he didn't want these people over there. They were sending them, they were dumping them over here in America, these undesirable people. The new life, which began in Virginia in the year 1619, greatly encouraged industry and husbandry and led to a large increase of independent proprietaries in a few years. Special inducements were offered by large grants of land and exceptional privileges to associations of planters and adventurers for the establishment of separate plantations. Liberal grants were also made to tradesmen and to members of the company in proportions to their shares. To encourage immigration, additional grants were made to them for every person transported to the colony in the next 7 years. A large number of servants and tenants was needed on these plantations, and for some time the importation by private persons was larger than that by the company. All right, so they can't even count all the people that were brought privately. You hear what they're saying, right?
So now we come to the modern period, and we have this absurd stereotype which denotes black skin with servitude. And it's absurd. It's a folly. So I'm bringing the good news to black people that they are not of any more of a slave race than whites have been. Well, white slaves had to endure hundreds of lashes, and many of them died of that. But another way of penalizing them was to add time onto their length of service. If you ran away a day, that was a month of additional service. If you ran away for a month, that was a year of additional service. If you stole from your master, that could be months of additional service. If you had a corrupt master and the courts of assize listened more to the master than they did to you, he could have all kinds of trumped up charges against you, as happened in the Caribbean and has happened in the United States and the tobacco plantations. And it meant that in reality, it boiled down to a lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures. A lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures.
All right, so we're in this other book, all right? I had to borrow this, couldn't even download this. You know, they don't even want you to have this. So it says White Servitude in Colonial America, an economic analysis by David Gelson.
Again, European servitude.
White servitude was one of the major institutions in the economy and society of colonial British America. Major institution, white servitude. Indentured English men and women constituted the principal labor supply for many of the early British settlements in the New World. All right, we're not talking about Africans. They told you all your life it was Africans. All right, but that was wrong. That's Kunta Kinte. That's roots, fictional stories, plagiarized fictional stories. And their successors continued to make up an important part of white immigration to the British colonies in America throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. All right, they were coming in as what? Servants, indentured servants. All right. Yet those bound immigrants who arrived in the West Indies or the Chesapeake in the first half of the 17th century performed a very different role in the colonial labor market than did the indentured servants who came to British America in the middle of the 18th century. This book provides a description of the evolution of the economic function of white servitude in colonial America, based on an examination of detailed evidence about the population of bound immigrants and analysis the sources of this process through the use of an explanatory framework designed to provide an understanding of the determinants of the major changes that occurred over in time in the composition of colonial labor forces. In this way, this book is intended to produce both a thorough portrayal and an explanation of the causes underlying a dramatic episode of early American history in which hundreds of thousands of European men and women of the 17th and 18th century voluntarily sold themselves into bondage for a period of years in order to become part of the earliest stream of immigrants from the old world to the new. All right? Again, did you understand that? Hundreds of thousands of Europeans, they came in as what? Into bondage. They volunteered themselves into bondage, into Egypt. They came back into Egypt, right? Into bondage for a period of years, contract to become part of the early stream of immigrant. Slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America, all right? Slavery wasn't around. It didn't exist. It wasn't in their mind. They came in with their English laws, which was indentured servitude. They also copied this from the Spaniards, their encomienda and repartimiento system that they had with the as Aborigines as well in the islands in Central America and Mexico, South America. Again, slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America. The use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves. So the use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves in every British American colony, in every colony, all right?
And a constitutional system dedicated to the defense of legalized chattel slavery in our Constitution in 1789 could become transformed into an abolitionist project in 1865. That accomplishment was neither easy nor inevitable. It was a product of sustained resistance, ideological battle, consciousness raising, brilliant organizing, and ultimately a war of national liberation and preservation led by black citizen slaves and white freemen. But few commentators have spent much time pondering the significance of the abolition of indentured servitude in the 13th Amendment. That admission seems reasonable when we consider that few indentured servants remained in the United States in 1865, as most courts had refused to criminalize breach of contract after the 1830s. And yet the abolition of indentured servitude, along with slavery, of course, would have profound implications and consequences for the American nation. For starters, consider the dramatic divergence between the United States and Great Britain, its anti-slavery rival, which after its abolition of slavery in 1833, enlivened regimes of indenture and expanded global systems of unfree labor across its empire and across the 19th century. Consider also the power of an anti-trafficking coalition within the 13th Amendment. By anti-trafficking, I mean the abolition of buying and selling people, which is not the same as slavery, but certainly is commensurate with it. That is, in fact, what is so startling about the 13th Amendment in many respects, is that it abolished both kinds of traffic. Linked explicitly here for the first time in U.S. law were the common interests of indentured servants and slaves in not being bought or sold. You can read the servant and slave codes from their origin as trying to drive a wedge between servants and slaves. And here in the 13th Amendment, they come together beautifully.
All right, I know it sounds like a little mumbo jumbo there, but the guy is going to get to a point later on, and we're going to read it as well. But he's basically letting us know that these first abolitionists, we're going to read later on, you know, the whole American Revolutionary War, it had a purpose. And the main reason these people's freedom, the freedom they were really fighting for, it was their indenture. They were bounded. Most of these people were convicts, prisoners. We're just beginning right now. We're going to read all this. They were fighting for their freedom. It wasn't about no country and, oh, let's fight for America. And no, they were fighting for their own freedom. A lot of these people got land grants after the time of the war. All right, so that was their indenture to come fight in the war. That was how they paid their transportation over here. And if they survived, they got land. A lot of these people ended up in the southeast of US today, where there is so-called black communities today. And there's been black communities for like 200 years. Right? So where did all these indentured servant people, these American Revolutionary hero soldiers. They got land grants all over these areas. If they're white, where do they go? All of them should be more white.
Where did these slaves come from? Where were they drawn from?
Well, primarily from Great Britain. It was remarked in one of the chronicles that I found that Scotland was a veritable industry for white slavery. In the 17th century, white parents were afraid to bring their children to the ports of Scotland for fear of what has come to be known as press gangs. Again, the historians have distorted this and implied that impressment only operated for recruiting people on board British men of war as sailors. That's not true. In the original annals, you find that press gangs operated to kidnap children and adults on board these ships, and it was a veritable industry with the cooperation of the authorities. It began in the very early or the very late Elizabethan era, when the Elizabethan geographer Halkut suggested that the only way they were going to people these plantations was with bondsmen. But the actual machinery of it and where it was really put into effect en masse came in the Stuart dynasty and under the King Charles I in the early 17th century.
We're going to get the info now that we're clear that not all Europeans were white. There was many so-called black Europeans, and a lot of these were the ones getting caught in this indenture middle passage, this involuntary or voluntary middle passage, prisoners of war, convicts, colonization, you know. All right. So let's get on with the info.
All right, so now I want to get into this book. It's written by Bernard Bailyn. He's a Pulitzer Prize winning author of Voyagers to the West. And this particular book we're getting into is called The Barbarous Years, The Peopling of British North America, The Conflict of Civilizations, 1600, 1675. So what I did is I bought the Kindle version because they don't show you any preview of it and it's hard to get anywhere. So, thanks to your donations, I'm able to get the stuff. So we begin here. It says the third group of Anglo-Dutch religious radicals to settle in Virginia was initially the most tragic. All right, so what are they talking about? So Anglo-Dutch religious radicals, these are indentured servants, most of them. Of the 180 passengers from the embattled Elder, Francis Blackwell led from Amsterdam to Virginia. No fewer than 130, including Blackwell himself, died on that voyage of 7 months. They had been packed together, it was reported, like herrings. They had amongst them the flux and also want of fresh water. So as it is here, London wondered at that so many are alive, then that so many are dead. All right, so again, they were what? Packed together like herrings. Talking about people packed in ships. We ain't talking about Africans. Or if you want to talk about a slave ship and people, a middle passage, right? So you got to include these people too. And they all died too. Now, were all these white people? That's the debate. They're talking about Anglo-Dutch religious radicals. That doesn't talk about complexion right there. Continuing down here, it says the horror of Blackwell's notorious voyage was only an extreme example of the miseries of the transportation and resettlement process of those years. For most of the voyagers, emigration was a shocking experience. For some, it was as deadly as it was for Blackwell's pilgrims. The Virginia Company published guidelines for the supplies necessary for such voyages, but did nothing to enforce them, with the result that the provisions on board were so poor that they became a subject of complaint to the Privy Council. The voyages of these small, ill-equipped rocking vessels lasted 2 or 3 months. Food and drink were bad, stinkish beer in quality and short in quantity. Sanitation was primitive, and sickness swept through the passengers like deadly storms. So, you hear this? Each year, each shipping season, many died at sea. Most of the carefully recruited iron workers were lost on a single voyage. Okay, we're not talking about Africans here in this moment. The survivors were so weakened by disease and exhaustion that they quickly fell victim to debilitating attacks of dysentery and other afflictions. Whole shiploads that had been sent over to work on various public enterprises had to be transferred to whatever private plantations would take them, simply to assure their survival. You hear this? And the guest houses of which Sandy spoke so happily did not exist. Only one building, 40 feet by 20, is known to have been built for that purpose. And so, since it is mortal for newcomers to lie on the ground, the hundreds of new arrivals had to be added to the crowds that already filled the small, flimsy dwellings that were being hastily constructed. Even that might have been tolerable if the timing of the voyages had been right, but despite bitter protests from Virginia, the vessels typically left England early in the spring and arrived at the worst possible time, at the beginning of the hot season and before the year's harvest had come in. So they would send these people right when it was time to actually gather the harvest and go, go into winter. They actually needed these people more. It would be more logical to send them during the springtime when they're planting so they can help out, right? Partake in the work and get their fruits from it. The constant, often unexpected arrivals of shiploads after shipload of sickly, disoriented passengers in a climate that was debilitatingly hot and humid, lacking supplies to carry them over the first phase of resettlement, destined to be housed in crowded huts until they could be distributed, often to places other than their intended destinations. All of this brought repeated outcries from the resident leaders. I pray, Sir Governor George Yearly, 1618-21, wrote Sandys, give me both time to provide means and to build and settle before you send one load after another. Stop sending these ships, they're telling him, man. Give us some time. We're talking about ships after ships, right? Shipload after shipload. I'm not talking about slave ships from Africa here. I'm talking about Europeans coming as indentured servants, convicts, undesirables. Right? But let's not forget all this. We continue in chapter 5 of this book. And right here it says the English, who both repelled and attracted the Indians as they probed their exposed borders, continued to lead fragile, disordered lives in an unfamiliar, dangerous environment, pressing against threatening people no less disoriented and fearful than themselves. The settlers were still sheltered in a small, lightly built, dirt-floored dwellings, scattered haphazardly amid crudely cultivated stump-filled tobacco fields and cattle farms, some with produce gardens, small fields of corn and other crops, cut out of Indian hunting grounds. Most of them were servants, slaves. All right, parentheses, you see that? Most of them what? Were servants. These settlers, these English, these were slaves. They were frequently called working off their indentures. They were working off what? Their indentures. They were what? Servant slaves, often side by side with their masters, hoping eventually to acquire a parcel of tobacco land of their own or return to their original homes. Says the African among them, oh, that's the hijack. All right, the reason I say that is because when was this written? In 2012, published. So they're going to add the African in there when they're talking about people of color. It says the African among them, 23 in 1625, because there's no record of any Africans in six. Show me slave voyages. Go to slavevoyages.org right now and show me any African in 1625. A ship and bringing in any Africans in 1625. You won't find that. It says they were of indeterminate legal status since they had no contracts. And their social status, though, the base was unclear. So wait a minute. They have no contracts and you don't know their status. So you can't say they're a slave because you don't know. It's unclear. They have no contracts. They sound like free people of color to me. That's what they sound like to me. If it's unclear, and this has scholarly footnotes, right? This book is very scholarly. His sources are very scholarly. You can follow up on that if you like. All right, they don't know. It's unclear. So again, drop nation. If they can't tell you who you are, how can they tell you who you're not? The social order as a whole in the struggling colonies, pell-mell scramble for survival and profits was chaotic. We continue on page 80 of this book. It says these large quantities of tobacco were not produced on the company's land, and the laborers necessary to produce these crops were not as originally planned. Employees of the Virginia Company, they were contract workers on an increasing number of private plantations created by the company new land policy and tenant farmers of absentee landowners assisted by indentured servants. All right, indentured servants. All right, that's who by 1617 a model structure had emerged. All right, they had the plan, they had the blueprint. We need to do this with indentured servants. We're going to get them from the undesirables and the convicts we don't want, and all those poor people we don't want over there. Adventurers do land for their investments began to pool their grants to create larger and more efficient units of production. Smith's Hundred, founded that year, which combined the land claims of leading figures in the company, became a virtual colonizing company of its own, financed by a terminable joint stock and complete with a private labor force of indentured servants, a private labor force of indentured servants, not African slaves. We're talking about plantations, we're talking about tobacco plantations, indentured servants, and this included also American Aboriginal Indians they were bringing in from the Caribbean and local ones they had already put into servitude and indenture. Right, so when they show us these tobacco fields with so-called Negroes, growing it, it's not Africans. This was done with indentured servants. So dodge the hijack. This is real history. All right, so now we're on page 130. We're going to talk about the passengers on this ship, the Ark and the Dove. All right, it's about 1634. We're going to go to the next page. It talks about the list. It says the rest of the passengers, most of them Protestants, right? Protestants, remember who's the Protestants? We already know. So remember, we're indentured or paid servants. So remember when they telling us Protestant settled here, religious freedom, well, they had to find a way to get over. It wasn't like they all had money to come over, so they had to indenture themselves for the passage over here. So these Protestants were indentured or paid servants, one of them black. One of them, a Protestant, one of them black. What does that mean? So-called black. One of the Protestants is black. One, a Portuguese mulatto. A Portuguese mulatto. Some artisans and a few independent farmers. Now, are we supposed to assume that this one black, supposedly one black, is an African? Dodge the hijack, right? They're letting you know something here. Two Jesuit priests, Andrew White and John Alton, and a lay brother completed the shipboard list, sharply divided between gentry and laborers, most of whom were indentured servants. The first settling group conformed reasonably well to Calvert's social expectations. 165 of this book, it says approximately 100,000 Britons, of the great majority English, are known to have migrated to the Tobacco Coast in the 17th century. All right, Britons in the Tobacco Coast, Britons, not Africans. At least 70% of them, and probably 85%, came as indentured servants. 85% slaves, bonded for service. They were at work in the oldest settled areas as in the newest, arriving year after year on veritable convoys of ships from the major English ports. Middlesex County, between the Potomac and the Rappahannock rivers, a contemporary road, was a sea of servants. All right, a sea of servants. We're not talking about Africans. 45% of that country's entire population were servants in 1668, and the same could have been said of other countries. Who were these tens of thousands of voluntary bonded servants? Tens of thousands, 100,000s. Where are their descendants? This is a lot of people. Imagine. So why would they need, if they're hiring contracts, why would they be doing that if they got free labor from Africans? It's a business. It's a corporation, you see? Who were the tens of thousands of voluntary bonded servants? Where were they from? And were their backgrounds? What were their backgrounds? What were the differences and similarities among them? How did they live in this strange environment? What would become of them when they were released from service? In the book says the most debased, possibly 40% of the total, were the youngest, the least skilled and most destitute. They shipped out without the protection of legal indentures and served therefore according to the harsh terms of extemporized contracts that followed Virginia's local custom. All right, we're on page 308 of this book, and this part is talking about Irish travails in Fort Christina, a settlement renamed to Altona. And it says that the population, about 600 souls, many of them rough people, as poor as worms and lazy withal. Only a few of them qualified farmers, fell victim to the damp climate made more miserable by a sequence of heavy rains that ruined the winter fodder. A hot intermittent fever and dysentery became epidemic. About 100 people, many of them children, died, and the diseases were compounded by the arrival of 108 more settlers on the mill. So on top of what they were going through, they were dumping more convicts, more people with disease, more people, undesirables, on top of them. All right, 11 of whose companions had succumbed to scurvy on the passage, 3 of whom died on landing. The survivors, especially the indentured orphan children, indentured, taken from Amsterdam's almshouses, were suffering from a variety of illnesses, some contagious, and they brought with them no supplies. But recruitment continued in Finland and especially in the farming districts of Gelderland and Holland. All right, we're talking about Dutch, German, Finnish people, indentured servants too. These type of Europeans, not just English, Scottish, or Irish. Remember, all of Europeans we're bringing over here. In the book, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, by Carl Frederick Geiser from 1901. A single example from the Pennsylvania Gazette on May 9, 1751, may here serve as a characteristic illustration. And it says, from that time, an ad, right? It says, run away from Thomas James of Upper Merion, Philadelphia County. On the 5th of this inst, an Irish servant, lad named William Dubbin, about 18 years of age, speaks good English, fresh-colored and thick and well set in his body, has light-colored curled hair, somewhat resembling a wig, had on when he went away an old felt hat, Ozenbrick shirt, an old dark brown colored coat, too big for him, and breeches of the same, gray worsted stockings, and a pair of old shoes with brass buckles. One of the buckles broke. Whoever takes up and seizes this servant so that his master may have him again shall have 20 shillings reward, and reasonable charges paid by Thomas Jones. And we continue in the book, White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies. All right, 1895, I believe. We're in chapter 2 now. The servitude thus developed was limited and conditional. With respect to its origin, it was of two kinds, resting on distinct principles. First, voluntary servitude based on free contract with the London Company or with private persons for definite terms of service, in consideration of the servant's transportation and maintenance during servitude. Second, involuntary servitude, where legal authority condemned a person to a term of servitude judged necessary for his reformation or prevention from an idle course of life, or as a reprieve from other punishment for misdemeanors already committed. All right, so again, they were sending convicts, or they were picking up these spiriting, actually kidnapping, spirited these people, involuntarily, and sending them to America, dumping them over here. Convicts, poor people, undesirables. So, though involuntary on the part of the servant, this kind involved a contract. So even though these people were being forced to come over here involuntarily, they still were getting a contract, imposing the sentence on the person that undertook the transportation of the offender, and the master's right to service resting upon the terms of this contract made or assigned to him was practically on the same footing as involuntary servitude. The great body of servants was comprised in the former class. They were free persons, largely from England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. You hear this? All right. These are your slaves. These are your first indentured servants who wished to go to the colony as settlers to better their condition, but were too poor to bear the charges of their transportation. They consequently entered into a voluntary contract with anyone that would assume these charges and their maintenance for such a term of years as would repay the outlay, placing themselves for this limited time at the disposal of the person for any reasonable service. The contract was made in Great Britain with resident planters or the agents of colonists, but more frequently with shipmasters who traded in Virginia and disposed of the servant on their arrival as they saw fit. The agreement was by deed indented, and hence arose the term indented servants. This class of so-called kids was supplemented by a smaller class of persons who went on agreements for fixed wages for a definite time. The other large class was supplied chiefly from English paupers, vagrants, and dissolute persons, sent under the arbitrary exercise of royal prerogative or by court sentences, and later by the action of English penal statutes. In the earlier years, it included a large number of poor children from the counties and towns of England who were sent to apprenticeship on easy conditions. The penal regulations of the colony up to the year 1642 tended also to recruit this class. A very large number of the convicts sent to the American plantations were political and not social criminals. Of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. 2 years later, 100 Irish Tories were sent, and in 1685, a number of the followers of Monmouth that had escaped the cruelties of Jeffreys. Many of the Scotch prisoners of Dunbar and of the rebels of 1666 were sent to New England and other plantations. As early as 1611, Governor Dale, anxious to fill out the number of 2,000 men for establishing military posts along James River, had recommended that all convicts from the common jails be kept up for 3 years. They are not always, he said, the worst kind of men, either for birth, spirit, or body, and would be glad to escape a just sentence and make this their new country. Oh, they would be glad to not be criminals anymore and get to go free in America so they can do their criminal acts over there, right? And plant therein with all diligence, cheerfulness, and comfort. Yeah, sure. Not all these comics were good, I don't think. This request passed unheeded, and the earliest introduction of any of the criminal class seems to have been in 1618. All right? They're sending criminals over here. A strict system of search was applied to every ship that entered Virginia ports, and for the next half century, the colony had a respite from this class of Newgaters and jailbirds. Their transportation was now diverted to the West Indies. Also, it's not like they stopped sending them, they just started sending them to the West Indies instead. But this proved so ineffectual in putting a stop to petty felonies that in the fourth year of George I, 1717, Parliament passed a statute over the most vigorous protest from the Virginia merchants in London, making the American colonies practically a reformatory and a dumping ground for the felons of England. So they brought it back in 1717. Nope, that is the dumping ground for the felons of England. Again, pay attention, people, please. Remember this. When you see an American who says, oh, I descend from England, right? Well, yeah, your ancestor might have been a felon, and he was dumped here. He was considered a felon in England. He was dumped here because he was a felon.
Damn,
They needed to work. They needed
mail
indentured
robbed.
servants. So you can tell them that. Have you done your genealogy and studied that? Ask them that. All right, because this was a dumping ground for the felons of England. All right, this is an official scholarly book with sources, real history here. In 1766, the benefits of this act were extended to include Scotland through Benjamin Franklin on the part of Pennsylvania, memorialized Parliament against it, and in 1768, the more speedy transportation of felons was ordered. Look at how many felons they're sending over here. So how many of these indentured servants that came here, how many really were felons? Wow. You see why they came here with that evilness, with that nature, to not care to take your town, to kill you, take your whole, rape your women, eat up all your corn, not care, dig up your graves, eat them, right? Like eat your ancestors because they were so hungry, going hungry, digging up your graves and stuff. This stuff they did. All right, these felons. The practice was only stopped by the War of the Revolution. The preamble of the Act of 1779 significantly remarks that whereas the transportation of felons to His Majesty's American colonies is attended with many difficulties, they are now to be sent to other parts beyond the sea, whether situated in America or not. All right, in another book from the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science, and this is White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820 by Eugene Irvin McCormick, PhD, instructor in American History, University of California, and this is from 1904. As nearly all indentures were negotiable, they were regularly disposed of at auction or private sale. The following is an example of the notices which appeared in the papers whenever a servant ship arrived in port. Says here, just arrived in the ship Sophia, Alexander Berdine, master from Dublin, 20 stout, healthy, indented men, servants with 20 people, it says, whose indentures will be disposed of on reasonable terms by the captain on board or the subscriber, etc. The price received for servants varied according to their skill, age, and other personal qualities, but the average price for adults seems to have been about 15 to 20 pounds, all right? People from Europe being sold, right? Like property, people being sold.
The Jews and Moors in Spain, Iberia. This is by Rabbi Jos Kruzkov. Chapter 17, the dispersion of the Jews. Thus mournfully closed the last chapter. These are sad words fraught with anguish and despair. Yet however sad, however despondent and hopeless, however much of grief and anguish and despair they convey, they befell the Jews of Spain, and they fell altogether. When they are asked to describe the sufferings and miseries which met the unfortunate exiles everywhere, in their fruitless search for a quiet spot where they might live or die in peace, ships stood ready in the harbors to carry nearly all of the banished 300,000 Jews, whithersoever it suited the captains best. All right, so again, these are moderate numbers, because we're talking about they were very prosperous for hundreds of years with the Moors. All right, so we have others, scholars that will question these numbers and talk about millions, right? Now it says here, into these ships, exiles were literally packed, all right? Literally packed in ships, crowded together without regard to sex or age. Often mother torn from child, husband from wife, brother from sister, friends from friends, and separated on the coast meant separation forever. Words and the heart fail me to speak of the heart-rending cries of parent for child and child for parent, of husband for wife and wife for husband, or of the wailing and lamenting as Spain, the land of their birth, the home of their comfort and luxury and blessings. All right, Spain, not Africa, right? Spain, not Africa, Spain, place of their birth, slowly faded out of sight and finally disappeared beneath the horizon. All right, now you tell me if that don't sound like what happened to Kunta Kinte in the so-called African slave stories, how they were snatching people, separating families, babies from their moms. All right, now we're talking about a real history here. So this is further on in the book, what they were doing to them when they were putting them in the ships. It says, no sooner were they on high sea, when men and women and children were ordered on deck, commanded to disrobe publicly, regardless of innocence of youth and modesty of sex. Many a virgin and many a youth, many a husband and many a wife dared to resist. Not that they had money concealed, but for shame's sake. And the raging billows rocked them into their eternal sleep for their resistance. All right, they killed them. Disappointed in their search, their thirst for gold was more excited. Body after body they ripped open before the eyes of unfortunate exiles in the belief that they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels. And disappointed in this, there followed a scene, a more detestable and dastardly one the sun never shone upon. All right, you hear that cruelty going on? These are people of color, right? From Spain. It says, when the sailors had finally satiated their brutal lust upon the innocent and helpless and faint from terror and torture, and when the still surviving victims had been made to cleanse the ships from every trace of the blood of their friends and kin, they were seized and dropped into the ocean without a pang of conscience, and as unconcernedly as if the great God had created Jews for no other purpose but to appease the beastly appetites of inhuman sailors and serve as food for the fishes of the sea. All right? Again, these Catholics are doing this, right? It's a religious warfare. Deep, it's not about complexion. Another captain was somewhat more merciful, whether he had to expiate some of his tender heartedness by humiliating penance. Ecclesiastical history has neglected to record. He set all his exiles on the shore upon a desert coast, leaving the weak and the suffering pitilessly a prey to wild beasts and to starvation. One of these unfortunate deserted exiles who survived tells us how he saw his wife perish before his eyes, how he himself fainted with exhaustion, and upon awakening beheld his 2 children dead by his side. For weeks, roots and grass furnished their food. Each day brought fresh miseries and fresh graves. These were days such as Shakespeare speaks of. Each new morning, new windows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strive, heaven on the face. It says mothers unable to bear the pinning of their children struck them dead. All right? I know a lot of you read scripture. Hey, I don't know if this is sounding familiar. So mothers unable to bear the pinning of their children struck them dead and then took their own life. Whole families folded themselves in love and embrace, and while thus embracing, ended their life with their own hand. When the wind beast came upon them, the exiles plunged into the sea and stood shivering in the water for hours and hours until the beast retreated. Warily they made their way onward until at last they beheld the joyous sight of human settlements. Exhausted they lay along the coast, wasted by suffering and disease, and half demented from starvation. Down to the shore came the priest, and holding a crucifix in one hand and provisions in the other. The unfortunate Jews were given the choice between Christ and starvation. So you choose Christ or you die. Convert or die. That's the Inquisition. Another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast. So listen to this. People, Sephardic Jews being brought to African coast, right? Are reversed, where the African savages pounced down upon them and abandoned themselves to fight for cruelties. You heard what happened when they dumped them in Africa? West Africa, where they're supposed to, a lot of these Hebrew Israelite camps, attacking me, telling me, oh, they're coming from what, it's actually in reverse a lot of this time. A lot of those were Sephardic Jews that were being taken as slaves or just servants or just being dumped in West Africa. The men and Jews they sold into slavery. The defenseless women were brutally ravished. You know what that means. The children of their mother's breasts, the aged and the sick and the infirm were mutilated and tortured and murdered by the thousands. That's on the African coast. Another shipload landed in the harbor of Genoa, all right, Italy. A graphic picture of their suffering is given by Genoese historian and eyewitness of the scenes, which he describes as follows. No one says he could behold the sufferings of the Jewish exiles unmoved. A great many perished of hunger, especially those of tender years. Mothers with scarcely enough strength to support themselves carried their famished infants in their arms and died with them. Many fell victims to the cold, others to intense thirst, while the unaccustomed distress incident to a sea voyage aggravated their maladies.
All right, so we're in this other book now by Don Jordan and Michael Walsh, and it's called White Cargo, The Forgotten History of Britain's White Slaves in America.
We're just talking about European servitude.
Slaughtered in America for gold. The English in America had to plant for their wealth. Failing to find the expected mineral riches along the eastern seaboard, they turned to farming, hoping they can make gold from tobacco. They needed a compliant, subservient, preferably free labor force, and since the indigenous peoples of America were difficult to enslave, they turned to their own homeland to provide. All right, they got their own English slaves, not Africans. They imported Britons deemed to be surplus people. All right, Britons, they talking about the originals, the dark skin. All right, remember, I know they're talking about white people here, but they also imported anybody who didn't want. So that even black Britons too. The rootless, the unemployed, the criminals, and the dissident, and held them in the Americas in various forms of bondage for anything from 3 years to life. This book tells the story of these victims of empire. They were all supposed to gain their freedom eventually. For many, it didn't work out that way. In the early decades, half of them died in bondage. This book tracks the evolution of the system in which tens of thousands of whites, not Africans, were held as chattel, marketed like cattle, not Africans, whites, punished brutally and in some cases literally worked to death. For decades, this underclass was treated just as savagely as black slaves, and indeed toiled, suffered, and rebelled alongside them. Right, whites running away, getting hanged, getting whipped, lashes, all that. Eventually, a racial wedge was thrust between white and black. Something happened, leaving blacks officially enslaved and whites apparently upgraded, but in reality, just as enslaved as they were before. You understand what happened? Eventually, there was a racial wedge, and among the first to be sent were children. Some were dispatched by impoverished parents seeking a better life for them, but others were forcibly deported. Forcibly. In 1618, the authorities in London began to sweep up hundreds of troublesome urchins from the slums and, ignoring protests from the children and their families, shipped them to Virginia. England's richest man was behind this mass expulsion. It was presented as an act of charity. The starving children were to be given a new start as apprentices in America. In fact, they were sold to planters to work in the fields, and half of them were dead within a year. Shipments of children continued from England and then from Ireland for decades. Many of these migrants were little more than toddlers. In 1661, the wife of a man who imported 4 Irish boys into Maryland as servants wondered why her husband had not brought some cradles to have rocked them in, as they were so little. A second group of forced migrants from the mother country were those such as vagrants and petty criminals, all right? They were sending mad criminals over here, whom England's rulers wished to get rid of. The legal ground was prepared for their relocation by a highwayman turned Lord Chief Justice who argued for England's gauls to be emptied in America. Thanks to men like him, 50,000 to 70,000 convicts, all right, or maybe more, were transported to Virginia, Maryland, Barbados, and England's other American possessions before 1776. All right, before 1776. All manner of others considered undesirable by the British Crown were also dispatched across the Atlantic to be sold in servitude. They ranged from beggars to prostitutes, Quakers to cavaliers. All right, all the people, anybody they didn't want over there, undesirable. So they were sending them too. They were undesirable. So a lot of you people got, whatever, English, Irish, in your family's census, and you go back to English people. They might have been actually so-called black people, not white people. These were black indentured Europeans. All right.
Races. And there were still people profiting from white bondage. What did end with the beginning of the American Revolutionary War against the British Crown was transportation, which is a technical term used by the British for bringing so-called white criminals from Britain and dumping them in the United States. Benjamin Franklin greatly protested that, and that was in fact one of the colonists' grievances. However, I believe that it was also an alibi because the Waltham Black Act of 1723 had criminalized a great number of petty misdemeanors and made them capital offenses. In other words, Britain was teeming with a white population of poor people that it couldn't handle, and it needed to get them off the island. So by criminalizing these petty offenses, you were then able to say, we sentence you to death. However, as for stealing a teaspoon, or a loaf of bread, or cutting down trees on an aristocrat's grounds, or poaching a deer. However, as a mercy of the British Crown, we will transport you for life into slavery in the British Crown colony of America. When the American Revolution erupted, the British Crown then had to switch their dumping ground from America to Australia, and that's how Australia was founded.
All right. So before we continue, I just wanted to, I know it was really quick. He mentioned that Benjamin Franklin was complaining about this, how they were just bringing all these Germans and Europeans and all that. I don't know if you guys remember, right? Benjamin Franklin was actually saying these were swarthy. Why are we going to Germanize America with more German, swarthy Germans, with these Boers? He called them Boers. And he said the Scottish, the Spanish, all these people were swarthy. He said America was swarthy as well. He said all of Asia was swarthy. All right, so he just mentioned them. And yes, he did do that. You can look that up. Again, we're just learning about a true middle passage here. We just learned about the true middle passage here. Let's continue.
And this book is called Colonists in Bondage, White Servitude and Convict Labor in America, 1607 to 1776. Now, it reaches that year, but we know that it actually continued after that. Abbott Emerson Smith is the author. It says a search and exploration of a very profitable and frequently criminal trade and its impact on colonial life before the Revolution. So we're in part 1 again, chapter 1, Indentured Servants and Redemptioneers. This book is about those white people who went to the British colonies in North America and who, because they were unwilling or unable to pay the cost of their own passage, became bond servants for a period of years to some colonial master who paid it for them. All right, so we've already gone over this. We understand now what indentured servitude and the whole passage and why they had to be bound or be servants for 7 years, because they couldn't pay for it on their own. And doesn't always mean that these people were willingly coming either. So a lot of these people were being forced. So somebody had to pay for their transportation. All right. They were variously known as indentured servants, redemptioneers, or in order to distinguish them from the Negros, as Christians or white servants. Many of them were convicts from the jails, transported instead of being hanged. A few were political and military prisoners, taken in war or rebellion. There were rogues, vagabonds, whores, cheats, and rabble of all descriptions, racked from the gutter and kicked out of the country. Right? All their undesirables, all these people that were just trying to get rid of, criminals, all these people, man, that they were just dumping over here. It's no wonder why they did the things they did when they got here. There were unfortunate French, German, and Swiss Protestants, fleeing from religious persecution, starving and unhappy Irish, rack-rented Scottish farmers, poverty-stricken German peasants and artisans, brash adventurers of all sorts. People of every age and kind were decoyed, deceived, seduced, inveigled, or forcibly kidnapped and carried as servants to the plantation, all right? They were kidnapping people. Now, they told you they were going to Africa kidnapping people, all right? Now you see why this dude who wrote Roots, the original, I'm talking about the African, the one Alex Haley plagiarized, where he get all these ideas from? People getting kidnapped and brought to America to work in a plantation. This was happening to white people first, Europeans first. I'm not talking about slavery, I'm talking about in the Americas. When you're talking about setting up a colony, setting up an economy, building a town, you need free labor. In the Americas, this was done with indentured service, not African slaves, not in the beginning. And even at the end, we already know there is no proof. Where's the slave ship? You guys were already here. They were grabbing you from here. They had the labor force here. They didn't have to go spend money, bring a ship all the way to Africa, risk the adventure, the company, the business, and then bring Africans over here when you were already here. All right? They made you into indentured servant. They did that to the Indians. We already got all these videos. Got like 5 videos on that with all scholarly sources. Go back if you're new to my channel. There were many ordinary individuals of decent substance, and a few even who were entitled by the custom of time to be called gentlemen. All right, so he's trying to water it down a little bit. He said, well, there were some regular people. More than half of all persons who came to the colonies south of New England were servants. Again, you're a white American. You're most likely a descendant of a servant, a convict, or anything like that was sent over here, a vagabond. You read. From the complex pattern of forces produced in emigration to the American colonies, one stands out clearly as most powerful in causing the movement of servants. This was the pecuniary profit to be made by shipping them, put them in ships. Labor was one of the few European importations which even the earliest colonists would sacrifice much to procure, and the system of indentured servitude was the most convenient system, next to slavery, by which labor became a commodity to be bought and sold. Labor or your service was a commodity to be bought and sold. It was profitable for English merchants trading to the colonies to load their outgoing ships with a cargo of servants. Load what? Their ships? Load their ships with servants? What servants? English, Irish, Scottish, all these undesirables. Not Africans.
for the labor of these servants could be transferred to colonial planters at a price well above the cost of transporting them. It was profitable to the colonial planter to buy them, for he could rise from mere subsistence to prosperity only by commanding the labor of others beside himself. Hence, there was a constantly active stimulant to the emigration of servants, a powerful and resourceful group of merchants and shippers, always ready to accept the services of volunteers for the New World, and what was more important, to bring pressure to bear on doubtful candidates to advertise the attractions of life in America, and even as a last resort, to collect a shipload of labor by forceful means. All right, they were advertising, making it seem, give a good picture of America, the American dream, and you can be successful, you can be free. You won't be a convict, you won't be a vagabond, you won't be an undesirable. All you have to do is work for 70 years and you get your land. And if they choose not to do it, they don't want to, what they're gonna do? They're just gonna do it by forceful means. They're gonna go kidnap you. They're gonna force you to come over here and work.
Now, this kind of indentured labor force, was it freed when America gained its independence and the British lost kind of the right to rule, or when did this practice end?
They were not granted their freedom under the United States Constitution, because there is a reference in the Constitution to bondsmen of unspecified races, and there were still people profiting from white bondage.
Now, when we talk about slavery, of course, to me, this is mostly new. When we talk about slavery, we talk about these crowded ships coming over from Africa with people dying of diseases, people being kept in the holds of these primitive ships. Was it the same for whites?
The ships were not designed to carry human cargo. They were designed to carry cargo, period, which could be horses, it could be rum, it could be lumber. These ships exhibited a higher rate of fatality for white slaves, as I document in my book, in the Middle Passage, as it's known, than existed for black slaves.
All right, so again, I know a lot of you probably, forget and keep go off on the hijack, and these are trigger words. He's saying white were more in bondage, or white servitude was more. Remember, he's just saying white because these are Europeans. He wrote a whole book. He named it white. They were white and they were slaves. His misunderstanding, he's assuming, he's a scholar. This is an old interview. I don't know if he thinks like that now, but this is very old. He was still under the impression that all Europeans are white. He wants to talk about his, heritage, and he just wants to show, look, man, we were slaves too. But he has to understand, and I know you guys, a lot of you guys understand it. You don't fall for the hijack, and you're ready to dodge the hijack when you hear it. All right, you're ready to dodge it. A lot of these were people of color. I'm not gonna, stop saying it. I'm gonna repeat it as many times as they repeat African, as many times as they repeat white, African. I'm gonna repeat, no, these are people of color. These are so-called black Europeans, so-called Negro Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans too. Right? Put that in your mind. Goes on in this first chapter to explain all the different schemes and all the different types of ventures and what happened when they got here a little bit. Schemes meaning what they did to get people to come over, how they promised them things, or how they, but it was they just wanted basically free labor. And it says here, while schemes such as these were carrying their hundreds to the plantations, the regular trade in indentured servants and redemptioners was carrying its tens of thousands. This trade was the backbone of the whole migratory movement. Neither imperialist visions and necessities, nor charitable impulses, nor religious enthusiasms, nor desire for landed possessions kept it going. All right, it wasn't none of those things that kept it going, but simply, meaning it wasn't just because people were being persecuted religiously or anything like that, right? That's not the reason it kept going, but simply the fact that colonists wanted white laborers and were willing to pay merchants and ship owners for bringing them. All right, they wanted what? White laborers. What does it say anything about Africans here?
It's the book White Servitude in Colonial America, an Economic Analysis. All right, so this is introduction, part 1. Wherever slavery ultimately developed, indentured servitude had earlier been in use. All right, to British colonial planters in the early 17th century, the indentured system offered the most accessible supply of bound labor. In those colonies in which abundant land and the availability of a profitable staple crop made the demand for labor grow rapidly, there was a high demand for servants. As a result, for many regions, it became true that, as John Corey reported from Virginia in 1619, our principal wealth consists in servants. All the way in 1619, right? That was their wealth. What was their wealth? The labor the servants were providing these people, free labor. Quantitatively indentured servants played a major role in early British migration to the New World, all right? Although their total numbers are not subject to precise estimation, an indication of their significance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment that between half and two-thirds of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture, or Wesley Franks Craven's estimate that 75% or more of the Virginia settlers in the 17th century were servants. All right? This is an uncomfortable truth, an untold story, untold history. So we continue in the book White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, 1895, I believe it was written. And we're still in chapter 2. This is page 38. And it says here, another important source of involuntary servitude was found in the practice of spiriting. All right, now remember, they actually changed the word kidnapping and called it spiriting. There was kidnapping people. That's what this meant, which grew up in the reign of Charles I and continued throughout the Commonwealth period in the reign of Charles II. It was an organized system of kidnapping persons, young and old, usually of the laboring classes, and transporting them to the plantations to be sold for the benefit of the kidnapper or shipmaster to whom they were assigned. They were kidnapping people from England in the streets, children, old people, anybody. They were kidnapping them. Taking them by force, putting them on ships, right? What does this sound like? They told us they were grabbing Africans by force and bringing them over here, but they were actually grabbing undesirable felons and convicts, vagrants, beggars from England and dumping them by force in the plantations of America, all right? It became widely extended in England, but Bristol and London were the centers of the traffic. Throughout London and the parishes of Middlesex County, its agents called spirits were distributed, men and women, yeomen, tradesmen, doctors, and a class of rogues and idlers who earned a livelihood by this means. Even doctors, anybody got into it. Women, it was good business, kidnapping people. The ladies of the court, and even the mayor of Bristol were not beneath the suspicion of profiting by this lucrative business. Even the mayor was involved. All manners of pretenses were used to decoy the victims aboard ships lying in the Thames or the places where they could be assaulted and forcibly conveyed on board to be disposed of to the ship's company or to the merchants. They would trick people into the ships, is what they're telling, all kinds of things to get them on. All right. The practice first arose in connection with the West India plantations. Barbados and other island plantations probably received a much greater number than the American colonies. So a lot of these kidnapped people ended up in Barbados and other plantations of the West Indies.
And the mid-18th century is a moment when the penny press has generating a whole spate of new narratives that are emerging, very often published by anyone who could afford a printing press, and which was not insubstantial, but there were a variety of new narratives entering the popular libraries. And Peter Williamson, his story is remarkable. He was kidnapped as a young boy, sent into slavery, as he described it, as an indentured servant, a very long apprentice contract, 10 years of an indentured servitude in Pennsylvania, at the end of which he was then drafted into the local militia when he fought in the French and Indian War, and was then captured by Delaware Indians and became a captive again, a second captive. And he finally escapes from the Delaware Indian and then returns to Great Britain, where he then publishes his memoir called French and Indian Cruelty. And in it, he embraces some of these new ideas that are emerging about a white identity that really are more than a language of traffic, but also a language of romance and a language and an ideology of victimhood and some of the things that we've already discussed that are more familiar. At the heart of his story is the white damsel that he comes upon when he himself is a captive. And he finds her tied to a tree, and the Delaware Indians are about to kill her. And he, along with his other fellow captives, find a way to rescue her. And she's actually rescued by a British soldier, a British officer, and then there's that kind of redemption of sorts. And it's an imperial context, certainly. The other way in which I guess I would describe Williamson's whiteness is on display is here, in this image, in which he sold his book in the garb of a Delaware Indian. And so it wasn't enough just to have a really interesting story that linked different kinds of captivity in colonial America, but in fact, he would go to book fairs, these small little marketplaces around his native town of Aberdeen, and would say French and Indian cruelty, and he pretended to be a Delaware Indian. And here he is dressed as one, and he's got his tomahawk, his scalping knife, his shot bag, his bag of wampum, his powder horn, his Indian canoe. Well, that's in the image. He didn't carry that with him, and then a war dance. And so he would.
How does a so-called supposedly white man who was an indentured servant, how does he go and run away and blend in and hide amongst the Indians? How can he just hide and look like an Indian? Think about it. How does a so-called white person, right? He's supposed to be a white because he's white servant, right? Supposed to be a white indentured servant, right? How does he go and blend in with Indians, right? Copper-colored tribes of America. Copper-colored tribes of America. You an Indian, right? How does he blend like you? How can that white man, even if he put on a wig and everything, how would he look like you? Right? So just like in scripture, how Joseph, right, he was hiding amongst the Egyptians and they couldn't recognize him, his own brothers. Oh, what did that tell you? That they were the same complexion, right? So how can a white man hide amongst Indians, the copper-colored tribes of America? I think about that because he's not so-called white. Remember what white man, trafficked person.
Perform being Indian. He would perform his capacity to appropriate Indian culture, playing Indian. He was not the first British subject to do this. This kind of love affair with the exotic subject in the empire was not new. What is unique is that he's the first traffic subject himself to do that and to use that as a way of gaining an audience. If you've read the work of David Rodiger, whose work remains foundational to the field of U.S. labor history, it is blackface minstrelsy. It is the institution in which white workers would become white and become white supremacists in the early national period. You have here, in effect, an earlier prototype for that, which is him playing Indian, a trafficked servant doing this work. Indeed, the formation of working classes was closely bound up with a mixture of radical anti-slavery sentiment on the one hand and newly embraced white victimhood. That mixture of whiteness and radical anti-slavery did not preclude the formation of working class consciousness, but rather comprised the cultural and intellectual fabric from which it emerged. White slavery, so-called, was at the formative moment. It was the discourse in which classes emerged in Great Britain and the United States. That trope did not preclude working class support for black abolitionism, but frequently, in fact, advanced a broader abolition of all slaveries, black as well as white.
We're continuing the book White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820 by Eugene Irvin McCormick. And it says chapter 5, it says fugitive servants. One of the most noticeable features of indentured servitude, and one which greatly impeded the successful operation of the institution, was the large number of runaways. All right, all these runaways. You thought it was just African slaves? No, it was indentured servants, large number of them, from the founding of the colony to the dying out of white servitude. From the very beginning, in the first half of the 19th century, there's abundant evidence that large numbers of servants deserted the service of their masters, and their apprehension was one of the most serious problems with which the planters had to deal. These slave catchers, who were they going after? Really, indentured servants. Outside of the convict class, by far the largest number of runaway came from the ranks of the outcast and ne'er-do-wells from the cities of England and Ireland. All right, these outcasts. Many of them, fleeing from justice or suffering from the pangs of hunger, were attracted by the glowing accounts given by the agents and eagerly accepted this method of reaching the land of gold. They were induced, they were forced, they were kind of like schemed into coming over here and putting themselves in an indenture. It is not at all likely that these persons had any intention of fulfilling the conditions of the indenture and thought only of the free transportation to America. So a lot of these dudes are like, yeah, but when I get over there, first thing I'm doing I'm running away. I'm escaping. I ain't working for 7 years. These and the convicts became the professional runaways. All right, the convicts and all these outcasts. These were the runaways, not no African slaves. You understand what we're reading here? Like this is in Maryland, but this happened in the mass scale all over all these states where they had indentured servants. These same type of indentured servants, too, convicts and these outcasted people from Europe. From the publication of the first newspaper in Maryland till long after the Revolution, it is difficult to find a number whose columns do not contain from 1 to 10 advertisements for runaway servants. All right, we've seen a lot of examples of that already, right? All these newspapers during those times filled with runaway ads of servants. The Rise and Fall of Indentured Servitude in the Americas, an economic analysis by David D. Gilson. So yeah, the evolution of indentured servitude in colonial British America. Indentured servitude was an initial solution to an acute problem of obtaining a labor supply that existed in many regions of colonial America, and the basic form of institution developed by the Virginia Company was widely adopted and used throughout the British colonies in the 17th and 18th centuries. Although precise estimates of the total numbers of servants are not available, all right? They're not gonna, so when they tell these estimates, like I always say, like they always say in 2/3 or about this percentage, that's them being modest. I'm telling you, it's guessing, but they know it's high, so they even tell you high. 2/3 or 80, 75% is high. An indication of the overall quantitative importance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment noted earlier that between half and 2/3 of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture. Their importance at times in particular regions was even greater, as is suggested by Wesley Frank Craven's estimate that 75% or more of Virginia settlers in the 17th century were servants. 75% were servants, indentured chattel property. Talking about Europeans settling in Virginia. All right, not Africans. Although initially all the servants came from England, in the course of the colonial period, migrants from other countries joined the flow of servants to British America, and especially in the 18th century, sizable numbers of Scottish, Irish, and German immigrants arrived in the colonies under indenture. Active markets for indentured servants arose in Europe and in the colonies. Hundreds of English merchants in the major British ports participated in binding immigrants for servitude overseas. Transportation costs varied little across individuals or destinations, and differences in the immigrants' productivity, which affected the rate at which they could repay the implicit loans, were therefore reflected in variation in the length of the terms for which they were bound. Surviving collections of indentures clearly show that characteristics that raised the expected productivity of a servant tended to shorten the term for which the servant was indentured. Thus, the length of the indenture varied inversely with age, skill, and literacy, while servants bound for the West Indies received shorter terms in compensation for their undesirable destinations. The presence of these markets provided a consistent link between European labor supply and the labor demand of colonial planters from the 1620s through the time of the American Revolution, again, all the way up to 1776. Indentured servants. So where's the Africans? When did the slavery, they started outlawing it? Like almost 1807, they're declaring it, right? The Act of 1807. So all the way to 1776, indentured servants. The efficiency of the institution within the colonies was further increased by the fact that indentures were generally transferable, and masters could therefore freely buy and sell the remaining terms of servants already present in America in response to the changes in economic circumstances. Continuing the book, White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of system of indentured labor in the American colonies. It says here in chapter 2 still, page 40 says the servants in Virginia were usually English, Scotch, or Irish, but there were also a few Dutch, French, Portuguese, and Polish. They were usually transported persons, but residents in the colony also sold themselves into servitude for various reasons. All right, colonists sold themselves into servitude. Well, why didn't they just go get Africans if it was so easy? The demand for servants before the rise of slavery was always very great in the American colonies and was further enhanced by that of the island plantations. It was the impossibility of supplying this by the regular means that furnished the justification professed in the English penal statutes and gave encouragement to the illicit practice of spiriting, kidnapping. In the early years before these means were resorted to, dealing in servants had become a very profitable business. The London merchants were not slow to see the advantage of such a trade. A servant might be transported at a cost of from 6 to 8 pounds and sold for 40 pounds or 60 pounds, and a systematic speculation in servants was begun both in England and in Virginia. Regular agencies were established, and servants might be had by anyone who wished to import them at a day's warning. Others were consigned to merchants in Virginia or sent with shiploads of goods on a venture. The demand continued unabated until near the last quarter of the 17th century. The numbers were so considerable in 1651 that the commissioner of the Commonwealth, who were sent to demand the submission of Virginia, were authorized, in case of resistance, to levy the servants for reducing the colony. From this time to the beginning of the decline of the system, the yearly importations were very large. The number imported from 1664 to 1671 averaging 1,500 a year.
So one of the things I also discovered in the research is that white slavery is the political content of whiteness was remarkably divided, and that there was a kind of fight over its political meaning. That is important for recognizing a kind of fault line in contemporary white supremacy. This was not simply an assertion or a naturalized understanding that all white people share something. It had a particular political target in mind, the way it was being used by trafficked subjects. That said, the ways in which whiteness became legitimated as a broader cross-class identity at this moment in time, a political project that was uncertain, fighting abolitionism, as well as supporting it, critiquing imperial policy, as well as supporting other ones.
Bondage, white servitude and convict labor in America, 1607 to 1776. We are still in chapter 2, page 35. And it says here, the profits of the trade. Never during the colonial period did it cost more than 5 or 6 pounds sterling to transport a servant to the plantations. The Virginia Company paid 6 pounds in 1619. And in 1750, the Board of Trade contracted with merchants to take settlers to Nova Scotia at 5 pounds, 5 shillings each. The Georgia trustees usually paid 5 pounds for the passage of their free colonies, but shipped at least one lot of indentured servants for only 4 pounds apiece. In 1708, a merchant tried to get 7 pounds each from the government for taking palatines to New York and was told that his bid was too high. So they were bringing what? They were trying to bring what? Palatines to New York. What is a palatine? German palatines, says here in Wikipedia. The German palatines were early 18th century immigrants from the Middle Rhine region of the Holy Roman Empire, including a minority from the Palatine, which gave its name to the entire group. They were both Protestant and Catholic. Towards the end of the 17th century and into the 18th, the wealthy region was repeatedly invaded by French troops, which resulted in continuous military requisitions, widespread devastation, and famine. The poor Palatines were some 13,000 Germans who migrated to England between May and November 1709. Their arrival in England and the inability of the British government to integrate them caused a highly politicized debate over the merits of immigration. The English tried to settle them in England, Ireland, and what? The colonies, the American colony. The English transported nearly 3,000 German Palatines in 10 ships. 10 ships, 3,000 people. We're not talking about 10 slave ships from Africa here, man. I need you guys to really understand what we're reading here. You know, we've been reading so many. I mean, are the numbers starting to add up? Just think about it. Look how this,
right?
How this will multiply. These indentured servants, these Europeans. We're talking about 10 ships that didn't come from Africa. We're talking about 10 ships full of German Palatines. All right, so in 1708, they were trying to sell these same Palatine Germans for 7 pounds, and they were like, nah, man, you're charging too much for these Germans. Bring the price down. All right, so bring the price down for these Germans, man. They ain't that expensive, man. They're cheaper than that. All right, so again, going to go back, right? Repetitive, right? Germans, right? What did Benjamin Franklin say about the Palatine Germans? Specifically, the Palatine Boers. Instead of calling them Moors, you call them Boers. And again, Germans, these Palatines are swarthy complexions, swarthy, swarthy, swarthy. I know it's hard when you're reading these things like Germans, Palatines. You totally disconnected from it because you were assuming these are not related to you in any way. I actually did somebody's genealogy, a lot, actually two or three genealogies that went back to these Palatines coming out of Pennsylvania, Maryland, all these places, right? These were people of color. And so again, don't forget these German Palatines, he was saying they were straight up swarthy. They were swarthy.
It says in 1638, a shipload of servants sent to Virginia was sold off at various amounts ranging from 250 to 600 pounds of tobacco per servant. Shipload of what? Servants, not Africans. Shipload. It is difficult to be sure how much this represented in money, but at rate of 6 pence a pound, this means that they brought from about 6 to nearly 15 pounds apiece. The same year, servants were sold in Barbados for 500 pounds of tobacco each, which may be about 12 pounds sterling. The average price in Maryland during the earlier 17th century has been estimated as from 15 to 20 pounds, in Virginia as high as 40 to 60 pounds. Sir Thomas Muddyford said in 1670 that male servants sold in Jamaica, where? In Jamaica, we're talking about Europeans, in Jamaica, selling, people being sold, slavery, sold for 12 pounds to 15 pounds, and females from 10 to 12 pounds. We have already seen that the islands fixed prices by law ranging as high as 18 pounds apiece for good servants, and this figure was intended to attract trade. In Jamaica, a good tradesman was said to bring about 40 pounds in 1739. All right. In Jamaica, we still got indentured servants in 1739, and other less skillful servants went for 20 pounds each. And all
Called levelers and fugitive runaway advertisements in the contrasts in political economies of mid-18th century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Continuing, many old white servants had families that had been developed and grown in servitude. All right? Many white servants had families that had been what? Grown all their lives in what? Servitude. In this one regard, they were similar to black, so-called black people, Indian and other colored slaves. So no different than the so-called Negro, right? No different. Of course, some old white runaway families crossed racial lines. In short, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware clearly had a large group of permanently servile whites. All right, permanently servile whites, permanent. People who lived their lives in servitude and who developed families likely to stay in servitude. Talking about white people here. And you know why they're saying white? Because these are all European indentured servants, so they gotta say white. But we don't know if they're all white. Many white children in Pennsylvania grew up in servile families. When Thomas Johnston, aged 30, ran from Thomas Ogle of Newcastle County, Delaware, in 1751, he took his wife, a little boy, about 4 or 5 years of age, with him. Similarly, when an Irish servant, Charles Campbell, ran from Henry Huddleston, Plumstead Township, Bucks County, in 1739, he was supposed to be in company with one Martha Bostock, a short, well-set woman with red hair and poke broken, has a child with her about 5 years old. In 1741, Benjamin Mifflin of Philadelphia noted that his servant Henry Carpenter is a great boaster and has a son with him of his own name. This son was 13 years old. Like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, all right? Just like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, many white Pennsylvania servants ran to reunite their families. Such servants were not just German redemptioners seeking to reunite families soon after arriving. In 1746, Rachel Pickering, a 30-year-old English woman, fled from Matthias Curling, tavern keeper in Concord, Chester County, Pennsylvania. Curling noted that she had a fat man child with her about 6 months old. Curling had information that she was carried up from Newcastle County to Philadelphia in a boat, and that she had been heard to inquire of one Timothy Connor, who she says is her husband, but he is only her bastard's supposed father. He served his time with one William Peters, Fuller, living near Concord, the Delaware Valley Free Labor Market. Apparently, disappointed and defeated many white ex-servants who returned to servitude after gaining freedom from the original labor contract and then decided to run later in life. Historians are beginning to uncover a class of lifelong servile white workers, and cottagers in the middle colonies, and these advertisements confirm these findings. All right, these advertisements, these are recorded history. It confirms these findings and this unusual and depressing feature of the colonies labor system. Between 1720 and 1760, over 35% of the runaway Delaware white men and women whose ages were specified were older than 24. Some of these were men who arrived at older ages to begin their American adventures. But as the advertisements make clear, most had served several terms of indenture in the middle colonies or in Maryland. They had failed to cultivate the discipline or skills of Poor Richard to compete well in an unregulated labor market. Some fell into debt or had to sell themselves into servitude contracts again to eat. All right, continuing this book, and right here it talks about how the runaways would do different things to escape and change their clothing and everything, so they would brand them, right? So it says here, in retaliation, Pennsylvania masters used tattoos to keep servants from simply shedding their clothes and thereby their historical identities. In all the New England and advertisements, not a single white runaway sported a tattoo. However, some 50 Pennsylvania white runaways had tattoos or brands imprinted on their bodies by their masters or merchant suppliers in order to deter escapes and aid in recaptures. Many servants, particularly from Quaker districts, had the initials of their names tattooed with gunpowder on their hands, usually the left hand near the thumb. Gunpowder tattoos were created by etching or cutting the skin with a needle and plugging the wounded skin with gunpowder. The burning procedure was not intensely painful, or so it is said. For example, Joseph Britton of Crosswick, New Jersey, reported that his runaway servant John Henry had J.H. picked with gunpowder on one of his hands. So that's what they mean, that they were branded. Masters tattooed women as well. Abraham Shelley of Philadelphia reported that his Irish runaway, Eleanor Kavanagh, alias Plunkett, aged 35, had EP and blue wrote in gunpowder on the back of her left hand. She is a good spinner. All right, so that was the code. The gunpowder was basically the tattoo, the brand they were putting on them.
But there was finally a law passed. If you look at Henning's history of the statutes of Virginia, they actually had to pass a law saying that no black or Indian shall hold a Christian in bondage. Well, Christian was a euphemism for white person. So that's one of the pieces of evidence that we know, because, they came to be very ashamed and embarrassed. The record of white enslavement is not something that they wanted to broadcast to the world. It was something that existed in a kind of an anomalous and ambiguous fashion, and one has to hunt these things out. Now, I'm not saying that it's something that was in code, but if we see a law that says no Indian or black shall hold Christians in bondage, we have to understand that these were people who were very reluctant to pass a great deal of laws. The people at that time felt, those who were religiously inclined, felt that the Ten Commandments were plenty of laws. If they passed a law, you can be sure that it was because there was a need for it.
Mm-hmm.
And certain fortunate whites, as well as fortunate blacks, because there were also free blacks who owned whites, free blacks who owned blacks, and blacks who were involved in an indentured system that was very humane and legitimate that I'm outlining here.
Now, how about this thing that there were free blacks that had white slaves?
Oh, yes. The early 17th century experience in America was one of, you would say, Reagan capitalism really prevailed in the 17th century in America. It was pretty much a capitalist domain, and it was an unregulated domain. And the idea that there was an ideology of white supremacy, which always protected poor white people and always gave them a higher station or status than blacks, is a tissue of falsehood. Because if you study the status of white slaves in Great Britain prior to the colonization and peopling of North America, you find that they were synonymous with a type of subhuman. That was the ideology of the ruling class in Great Britain. Now, that ideology didn't suddenly stop as soon as they confronted the experience of colonization in America. It was carried over. So there was a sense among the British aristocracy, who were now the governors of the crown colonies in British America, that if blacks were holding some individual whites in slavery or bondage, well, what the heck? These were, after all, poor whites, and this was their natural state. To the credit, I certainly don't wish to indict all wealthy whites. I'm not engaged in the class warfare here. I come from a family that had a fairly affluent background, so I don't have any axe to grind. It's just that this is what the facts, the documentary record, the empirical facts speak, and I must therefore be the vessel of their articulation.
So this is a future video I'm going to do about the black populations of England. This is one of them. One of the major cities that had a black, so-called black population was Bristol, along with Liverpool. You know, in history, they'll tell you the same hijack. Oh, these were Africans, and since the African slave trade, but there was actually so-called black people there before slave trade started, before, colonial times. All right. There was a major so-called black population in Bristol. Now, let me show you something real quick. I bought a book, great book. I had to get it. As soon as I found it, I had to get it. It was not available anywhere in the internet, or like you couldn't read it. You had to buy it. I had to buy it. All right. What's the name of this book? It's called The Bristol Registers. It says servants sent to foreign plantations, 1654 to 1686, by Peter Wilson Coldhand. The Bristol Registers. All right. The Bristol Registers. They got permission from the Bristol Historical Society. This is a very scholarly register they copied. I just want to read. So remember, all right, what they're going to talk about here. What are they saying? About people they're sending from Bristol, England. It says here, on 29th of September 1654, the Council of the City of Bristol enacted an ordinance requiring that a system of enrollment be set up to record the names of all indentured servants embarking from the port of Bristol for service overseas. On the very next day, the first entry was penned in what was to become the register known as Servants to Foreign Plantations. The need for scrupulous tally arose from the long-standing and notorious practice of kidnapping, inveigling, and bribing youngsters onto ships bound for the labor-hungry colonies, there to be sold at good profit, sold like cattle. Nor was the practice without weighty precedent, for as early as 1619, the state had connived at the rounding up of vagrant children in London in their forcible shipment to Virginia. But when private enterprise adopted similar measures, the state took exception and prosecuted those responsible. Nevertheless, forcible shipments of servants, indentured or not, continued apace. An order of Parliament of 9th May 1645 required of officers and justices to exercise diligence in apprehending those responsible for the kidnapping and shipping of children, and the city fathers of Bristol may perhaps be considered negligent in having allowed 9 years to pass before regulating these matters. So they let 9 years go by. People were just getting kidnapped, sent. They were doing whatever they want. They grabbed whoever they wanted. This decline from the previously high standard set by Bristol has an interesting sequel. Judge Jeffrey's bloody assizes took him in 1685 to Bristol, where he condemned many hundreds involved in Monmouth's rebellion to be transported from that port to Barbados, all right, Jacobites. On the same occasion, he took the opportunity of castigating local merchants and magistrates, Sephardic Jews and Moors, for their evil practices. A contemporary wrote, there had been a usage among the aldermen and justices of the city where all persons, even common shopkeepers, more or less trade to the American plantations to carry over criminals and to sell them for money. It's all about money, right? This was found to be a good trade, but not being content to take such felons as were convicts as their assizes and sessions, which produced but a few, they found out a shorter way which yielded a greater plenty of the commodity. What small rogues and pilferers were taken and brought before the court were put under terror by being hanged, and some of the diligent officers attended instructed them to pray transportation as the only way to save them. And for the most part, they did so. So it was either get hung, die, or go work in a plantation. What would you choose? Then no more was done, but the next aldermen and courts took one and another as their turns came, sometimes quarreling whose the last was, and sent them over to America and sold them. Jeffrey formed the opinion that all the justices and aldermen, including the mayor of Bristol, were tainted by this practice. Again, we read this earlier. Even the mayor of Bristol, everybody in Bristol was making money off this, selling people to the merchants, getting rid of the undesirables, trafficking people. When he discovered that a boy from one of the city's prisons had been illegally transported, he summoned Sir William Hayman, the then mayor, to the bar, accused him of complicity in the crime, fined him £1,000, and bound him and 3 others over to appear before the king's bench on further charges of kidnapping the king's subjects or servitude overseas. But runs the account, the prosecution depended until the Revolution of 1688, which made an amnesty, and the fright only, which was no small one, was all the punishment these juridical kidnappers underwent, and the gains acquired by so wicked a trade rested peacefully in their pockets, all right, in their back pockets. A total of just over 10,000 immigrants recorded in this book, all but a small handful were laborers, right? 10,000 people right here. And I guarantee, I don't know if anybody listening right now, but I guarantee somebody eventually listening to this, this is some of their ancestors out of those 10,000 immigrants recorded in this book. All but a small handful were laborers, husbandmen, and tradesmen, most from the West Country, the West Midlands, and Wales, but with fair sprinkling of intended emigrants from much further afield, including London, Cambridge, Lancashire, Scotland, Ireland, France, and even from the American colonies themselves, even from American colonies. Wait, hold up. Did you guys just understand what they just said right there? There was already Americans over there that you were transporting back to America. Oh, let's not forget, right, who the Spanish and Portuguese and the English were first enslaving when they got here, and what they were doing with them, right? They were sending them over to Europe and Africa. So now they got them back. Now they're bringing them back. Like, oh man, let's just bring them back. We make more money. Let's make money double off them. So even American colonies themselves, even from the American colonies, they were there already in Bristol, being sent back. So who's these Americans if they're not Europeans? Indians, right? Indians. While many undoubtedly arrived in Bristol having already indentured themselves to overseas service, there is good reason to suppose that a great number came there speculatively in order to seek a considerate master to sign them up on the spot. Some people would just really wanted to come. They volunteered. You gotta understand, you get a freedom, dude. You might get 50 acres after you do your 7 years or even more. It depends on what contract you do, how you bound yourself. If you're one of those lucky that get to choose, that get to volunteer, all right? We get some idea of what terms of good indenture provided from certain of the earliest entries in the registers. A 5 or 7 year agreement would typically promise the servant at the end of his or her service a house and axe, a year's provision, and double apparel, and sometimes a few acres of land. Sometimes what? A few acres of land. This, of course, was in addition to the provisions of free passage. But it should not be assumed that all servants received such a generous treatment, nor indeed that all went voluntarily on shipboard. All right, let's not forget, a lot of these people were being forced as convicts, as prisoners of war, or undesirables, rebels, anything. And they will force them, they will pack them like sardines in these chips. We're going to read this. All right, so they didn't all get a good treatment. From surviving notes, it is clear that errant children could be packed off to the colonies by their parents or guardians. And there is further evidence. See the entry from July 20, 1659, that passengers could be forcibly detained on board ship. The story of how registers were discovered after 200 years is in dusty obscurity is one beloved of archivists, all right? It was what? 200 years? It was just like this, sitting in dust. Let's just create an African slave trade story for about 200, 300, 400 years. And then, when that passes over, then we can, publish these things, right? These books, these transcripts, these registers, so they can see who they were really sending to the Caribbean and the plantations. All right, we're going to show a little examples, all right? When in 1925, the Corporation of Bristol decided to rebuild the ancient council house, The storerooms on the top floor were cleared of a mass of old records, and behind an ancient wall press were found the 2 volumes called Servants to Foreign Plantations. Wait a minute, you're making it seem like these things were really well hidden. They built a wall? There was a wall hiding this? Are you serious? These provide a unique record of indentured immigrants who shipped from Bristol, then the premier English port for emigration. All right, Bristol was a major hub. Major hub. Talk about slave port. You want to talk about slave port? You want to talk about a door of no return? A real one? A real door of no return? Not the fake one that they just proved it was a mansion over there in Senegal. It wasn't even a slave port. It was somebody's mansion. There was no real history of any slave ever being there. That's how deep they lied to you and you believed it. That's how deep we never researched it. That's how deep this goes. All right? Because the real place, a real, if you want to call slave, so-called slave, then this is one of them, Bristol, England. Within 4 years of their discovery, R. Hargreaves Maudsley published a severely summarized transcription of the title of Bristol in America. And that slim volume has well served a whole generation of historians and genealogists. Nevertheless, researchers have long known that the book, despite 4 reprints, contained a large number of faulty transcriptions, omits much material essential to a proper comprehension of the subject, and lacks adequate indexes. It is those reasons which have dictated the preparation of the present volume. So they try to fix that. All right. So Peter Wilson, appreciate what you did here. Let me just show you an example now. I want to just show you what's in here. The whole book is full of this. It's a really big book. I only took pictures with my phone of a couple pages just so I can show you guys. All right. So it says here, Richard Pell to Robert Reed of Bristol. He was a copper guy, right? He wasn't just a slave. He knew how to melt copper and stuff. He worked for 3 years under him in Barbados. He was bound to a plantation in Barbados. Thomas Reed, he was in Virginia. He was there for 6 years doing his indenture, doing his time. All right, George Palmer. All right, so again, I just wanted you guys to see where they were going. 4 years to Virginia. All right, 4 years Virginia, Barbados, Virginia, 5 years in Virginia. You see, right? This guy went to Barbados, 5 years in Barbados. This Irish guy, he went to Barbados. All right, the Scottish guy, he went to Barbados. All right, a lot of Barbados. They went everywhere. I'm just showing you examples. They went all over the East Coast. So Nevis, right? Nevis. That's in the Caribbean as well, in Virginia right here. Barbados. So who was really in Barbados coming up from Barbados? Who were they sending to Barbados from New England? You guys remember that? And all these Indians, they didn't like all the double Indians and all these, that they would send them to Barbados too, under indenture. Not just Europeans. That's what I'm saying. So where's all these, why would they need to go get Africans if they got all these indentured servants and they got Indians? All this free labor they got, why would they go all the way and risk themselves to go a lot further? You know, that's not a good business plan. It's not a good business plan. These are real. Some of these might end up being your ancestors. A lot of these are people of color. A lot of these ain't slave names. Those are your actual names. You get it? It's not slave names. If anything, they might have taken your name. You never know. The whole book is full of this. This from 1662, so it goes by year, and it tells you what day they got there. All right. Virginia, a lot sent this time during this period to Virginia, right? They were trying to colonize Virginia, right? An example, so you can see John Webb to Richard Thorne, 5 years in Jamaica, all right? 4 years in Jamaica, Hannah Legg. William Harris, 5 years in Jamaica. Thomas Whittle, he went to New England. This guy went to New England. All right, Margaret Howell, Jamaica. Edward Knight, Jamaica. Newfoundland, Jamaica. You guys are starting to understand? You wanted to see slave ships? What slave ships? Charles Jones, Maryland, Virginia, Jamaica, Maryland, Virginia. Who's going to the plantations? Who's growing tobacco? Who's going to work the sugar plantations? These sugar plantations were owned by who? Sephardic Jews. Who started the sugar plantations? Who started that whole sugar plantation system? It was the Sephardic Moors, first in North Africa, then in the Canary Islands, St. Thomas, off the coast of Guinea, Cape Verde, the Azores, Madeiras, and then they brought that to the Caribbean and the East Coast. Sugar plantations in the South. All right, again, more people. Margaret Seward to Nevis, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Philip Davy to Jamaica, Edward Lydiard to Jamaica, Nevis, Jamaica, Barbados, Montserrat. How they celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Oh, y'all remember that? Yeah, any of you ever been to St. Patrick's Day in Montserrat? It's the biggest in the world. Even the Irish like to go there. Say it's better than the one in their country. Jamaica, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Montserrat, Edward Jones, Jamaica, Nevis, Virginia, Nevis. You see, the year 1669 goes by years. William Dyer to Nevis, Elizabeth Price to Jamaica, Williams, Perrin, Lewis, Benoni, Watkins, all these people, Jamaica, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica. All right, you guys get it, right? The cool thing about the book, it actually shows the ship names. There's a whole index of the ship names. There's an index of the people. So you can look, if you had if you think you have an ancestor, you go and look for the index and you look for the name and tell you what page is on, where he might have gone, and things like that. The master's name and where the origin, where the countries were of the origin. So it's very diverse. All right.
All right, and it has an article here. Just wanted to read from the very interesting. It says Irish indentured servants in the colonies. It says our 18th century newspaper collection includes the Pennsylvania Gazette and the South Carolina Gazette. Both newspapers carried many advertisements for the sale of indentured contracts and the recovery of runaway servants. All right, not just slave servants, indentured contracts. It says August 16, 1750. A runaway. On the 12th instant from Joseph Jackson of London Grove, Chester County, an Irish servant man named William Farrell, of middle stature and brown complexion. Brown complexion. Who? An Irish servant. We're talking about an Irish servant. He's not white. He's not pale. He's brown complexion. Aren't you brown complexion? So is this a white person or a so-called Negro? Anything would be up to conjecture, but we have a description of him clearly stating and describing him as brown complexion. All right? Had on when he went away, stripped flannel jacket, a brown sailor's jacket, a pair of coarse trousers, stripped drawers, a felt hat, and checkered shirt. His hair cut off. Likewise, all right, so it's going to say that he also ran away with somebody else. So it says, likewise, ran away with the aforesaid servant, an Irish servant, another Irish servant named Thomas Collard, all right, belonging to Samuel Ramsay of Londonderry. Samuel Ramsay, so that was his servant, in the said county of a dark complexion. Of a dark complexion. So this Irish servant man, this other runaway, Thomas Collard, is of dark complexion. So his boy, Joseph, let me see, what's his name? William Farrell, Irish people of color, indigenous people from Ireland, over here. They were sending them over here. Run away from the subscribers. The 15th of September. Two Irish indented servants, one named Maurice Croney, about 5 feet 8 inches high, of fair complexion, with his own hair, wore a white shirt, a sailor's blue jacket, Osnaburg trousers, and shoes without stockings. His ankles are very much swelled. The other, named Jeremiah Harrington, about 5 feet 5 inches high, has fair hair, had on a brownish colored coat, Osnaburg jacket and trousers, white worked stockings, and shoes. Their conversation will convince any person that they are natives of Ireland. A reward of 20s, besides all reasonable expense, is offered for each to any person who will apprehend and bring them to Savannah. Joshua Vaughan Peter Blyth. It's called the Swedish Settlements on the Delaware, their history in relation to the Indians, Dutch and English from 1638 to 1664, with an account of the South, the New Sweden, and the American companies and the efforts of Sweden to regain the colony, Volume 2. It's 2 volumes of this. And again, I didn't see nothing about no slaves or African slaves or anything like that. I did find this reference here on this page 548 in Volume 2. And it says, slavery was not employed to any extent by the settlers. The slave brought to Christina in 1639 was employed for many years, but beyond this single case, there's no record of slaves in New Sweden. New Sweden is Delaware and New Holland area. There's no slaves there because it was indentured servants. All these people, a lot of these Swedish people that came were indentured servants. And a lot of them, again, the owners were given land grants as well. They did the same thing. And they started the indentured servitude. And I want to go to the footnote, all right, because it says footnote 59, right? So who's this slave? The slave brought to Katrina. That's the only record of a slave. Other than that, there's no records. Now in the footnote, it says that this so-called slave was actually Lars Schwartz. Remember, he was being employed. He was employed for many years. Employed meaning he was in a contract. He was paid probably. Lars Schwartz, all right, Schwartz. What does Schwartz mean? Schwartz, we already know Swarty. Schwartz, that's black. Might have been a Negro slave. As he says, might have been, right? They don't know. Might have been a Negro slave. They don't know. But it is more likely that Schwartz simply referred to his complexion. All right, so Lars Schwartz might have been a Negro slave, but it is more likely that Schwartz simply referred to his complexion. He's not a slave, he's an indentured servant. All right, so I want to get into this book. Very good book I found here. I'm glad I found this. It's called Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience by John Van Dersey, forward by John Patrick Diggins. This is from 1985. And I just want to show real quick, this is in the back of the book, the sources, very scholarly book, primary sources. All right, you can see it's a very long list. And this is in the introduction of the book. And it says here, what exactly was on the minds of the English, Irish, Scottish, German, and other immigrants when they said, let's get out, let's go to America? Thanks to John Van Dersey, Bound Over, his book that we're reading right now, we know now the reasons that prompted many Europeans to come to America and the conditions in which they arrived. Some were between 1/2 and 2/3 of all the colonists came to the New World as what? Voluntary what? Slaves, indentured servants. Well, they'll say that voluntary, but we know, right, to dodge the hijack, we know a lot of them were getting kidnapped or convicted felons and all that, undesirables that were being sent over here. It says indentured servants, apprentices, tenants, bond servants, and the like, all agreeing to the status of redemptionary in one form or another. A person who, lacking the means, accepts free transportation as the price of 4 to 7 years of unrelenting servitude to an unknown master. As Van der Sea makes clear, memories of servitude weighed heavily on the minds of leaders like Tom Paine, Benjamin Franklin, Joseph Galloway, and Alexander Hamilton. All right, big one right there, right? So, right, I did a video, right, on Benjamin Franklin. He was an indentured servant. He was a servant to his dad, supposedly. And he ran away. He was a runaway slave, basically. He was a runaway slave. That's why he ran away, because he was treated like property. Benjamin Franklin. Now they're letting us know here, Alexander Hamilton, Joseph Galloway, and Tom Paine as well. These people were all indentured servants. But it remains to be considered whether those who had once felt the tyranny of servitude would emerge as classical Republicans, dedicated to civic duty, or economic liberals, aspiring to individual opportunity. It says, in any event, Van der Sea shows how the experience of indentured servitude made many Americans not only suspicious of British rule, but keenly aware of man's tendency to exploit fellow men, an attitude deeply felt in the debates over the Constitution and continuing into the Civil War itself. What Lincoln learned from the Bible, his successor. Remember Lincoln, the so-called Negro? Lincoln, President Andrew Johnson, an ex-indentured servant. Oh, Andrew Johnson, and what an ex-indentured servant learned from personal experience. I want to read from this book now. It's called The Peopling of British North America, an introduction by Bernard Balin. All right, he has a lot of good sources for his information. We're going to get into this book now. It says here, as I suggested earlier, the original recruitment of the 17th century population was largely, though not wholly, the product of efforts to divert to the colonies a portion of the mobile English labor force. Reliable estimates of the numbers involved have now been established: 378,000 immigrants from England to the Western Hemisphere in the course of the 17th century, of whom 155 went to the mainland colonies. The majority of them, what? Indentured servants. They wasn't here just because they wanted a free ride over here and start a new life. They didn't pay their own way over here. These were indentured servants slash slaves. And we know something of their geographical origin. Almost all of the indentured servants came from southern England, with a high concentration in the Thames Valley, centered in London. Their social origins are less clear, but there are fairly clear boundaries. These 17th century labor migrants form a spectrum from the utterly destitute, the disreputable, and the vagrant to the respectable young artisans or would-be artisans seeking more secure employment and eventually an independent stake in the land. All right, so they try to sugarcoat it, but they told you a little bit. They're undesirables, they're destitute, they're disreputable and vagrant. That's what they were sending over here. In these later years of the colonial period, their numbers were supplemented by convicts from all over Britain. About 50,000 of them were transported to America to serve out their time in unpaid labor, along with the free indentured servants. There were Irish and Scotch too among the 18th century labor recruits, and above all, a mass of German redemptioners whose presence, like that of the Irish, was a major fact of social life everywhere in North America, from Lunenburg in Nova Scotia to the southern borderlands of Georgia and Florida. All right, all these countries sending their undesirables, all these indentured servants from different parts of Europe.
We got a runaway ad. Ran away from Captain McCarty's plantation on Pope's Creek in Westmoreland County, a servant man belonging to the subscriber in Prince William County. His Christian name is John, but surname for God is Pretty Tall, a bricklayer by trade, and is a Kentish man. Kentish? He came into Potomac in the forward Captain Major last year. All right? He came into Potomac. It's supposed to have the figure of Savior marked with gunpowder on one of his arms. They were doing that to the indentured servants. They were marking them up with gunpowder. He went away about 20th of April last in company with 3 other servants. Richard Martin is a middle-sized man, fresh-colored, about 22 years of age, and is a sailor. Had on a blue jacket. Richard Kibble is middle-sized, young fellow, has several marks made of gunpowder on his arms, particularly on his breast, being the figures of a woman and cherry tree, and is a carpenter by trade. He wore a blue-gray coat with a large cape, a snuff-colored waistcoat and buckskin breeches. Edward Ormsby is a small, thin fellow of a swarthy complexion, and is a tailor by trade, has a hesitation of stammering in his speech, and being an Irishman. All right, he's an Irishman. I know people are like, well, how do you know he's a European? Well, he's an Irishman. His swarthy complexion had a good deal of brogue. They went away from Captain Island's landing on Potomac in a small boat, and are supposed to be gone towards the eastern shore of North Carolina. Whoever will secure the said bricklayers, so that he may be again, shall have £5 reward beside what the law allows. All right, so they're like, please bring back my Irishman, please bring back my Irish swarthy man. Now, it says Virginia Gazette, Parks, Williamsburg, from August 10th to August 17th, 1739. 1739, right? It says, ran away the 8th of July last from the subscribers living in Westmoreland County, 4 servant men, with John McHugh, Francis Mann, Daniel Fitzpatrick, and John Freelove. John McHugh is an Irish man of middle stature. He's swarthy complexion. He's an Irish man. John McHugh, Mac. Remember the Mac? John McHugh is an Irish man. He has on one of his arms a bleeding heart pricked in gunpowder and name length. Several other letters. All right. So, okay. Then we get Francis Mann. Francis Mann is an Englishman. All right. So now we got an Englishman, right? Not just an Irishman. We got a Briton, right? An Englishman, a middle stature, and he's also swarthy complexion, short brown hair, and yellowish rotten teeth. damn, speaks quick and. But we know, what they were saying about the Europeans. A lot of them that were coming here. There was a lot of the undesirables, a lot of the drunks, a lot of the peasants on the street.
The order of the bad.
It was like, yo, let's just send them over there. Let's just come on, hurry up, man. Let's get that Swarty peasant out of here. That's what they were doing by massive numbers.
This is from the Oxford Journal, says here, Oxford University Press. That's from JSTOR. Says British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right. Author James Davy Butler, The American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, October 1896, pages 12 to 33. The Oxford University Press of American Historical Association. And it says here, British convicts shipped to American colonies. It says convicts were sent to 9 of the American settlements. Convicts. According to one estimate, about 2,000 had been sent for many years annually. Dr. Land, after comparing various estimates, concludes that the number sent might be about 50,000 altogether. Again, in the Encyclopedia Britannica, under the article Botany Bay, we read, on the revolt of the New England colonies, the convict establishment in America were no longer available, and so the attention of the British government was turned to Botany Bay, and in 1787 a penal settlement was formed there. It seems certain that among the felons sent to New England, by far the largest element was made up of prisoners taken in battle. A letter from Reverend John Cotton to Cromwell, dated Boston, July 28, 1651, states that sundry Scots taken by him at Dunbar September 2nd, 1650, had arrived there and been sold not for slaves to perpetual servitude, but for 6 or 7 or 8 years. That's the word, sundry. Meant 150, we learned from the British Calendar Domestic Series for 1650. Alright? On September 19, the Council of State orders 150 Scotch prisoners delivered to be sent to New England by John Foote. On October 23rd, it was ordered that they be shipped away forthwith, and on November 11th that they be delivered to Augustus Walker, Master of the Unity, for transportation to New England. In 1650, Dr. Stone, a Massachusetts agent, bought several Scotch prisoners from Tothill Jail, London. Again, of the prisoners taken at Worcester, September 3rd, 1651, 272 were shipped to New England on the John and Sarah from London and arrived in Boston the following spring. You see all these indentured servants that are coming in the 1600s, these ain't Africans. You see who's their slaves first, right? From about 1600s. All right? Their names derived from the Hutchinson papers were printed in New England Historical and Genealogical Register. All right? The number deported to Virginia from among the Scotch made prisoners at the Battle of Worcester was much smaller than is generally stated. Thus, in Balla's White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a recent issue of the Johns Hopkins Press, we read, of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. Wow. Bancroft gives some countenance to such an assertion, but Bruce, though he loves to swell the number of political transports, says in his Economic History of Virginia, after the defeat of Charles II at Worcester, his soldiers who were seized on that occasion were disposed of the merchants, and of least 1,600 were thus conveyed to America. The parliamentary fleet in which they were transported sailed first to Barbados. We have certain information of the arrival of only 150 Scotch servants in the colony when the fleet arrived in 1651. You see, these ain't Africans. That the next winter 2 vessels set out from London, with prisoners designed for the plantations in Virginia. That in 1653, Richard Netherway of Bristol was permitted to export from Ireland 800 Tories, all right, from Ireland, all right, now we got Irish here, all right, who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia. Who Irish to be sold as what? Slaves in Virginia. These are not Africans. Now, are all these white people? I don't think so. Thinking logically, I know they were getting rid of the so-called black Irish too. All right, so a lot of these were also people you would consider Negro. All right, and these were the same people eventually that might come out in your census, in your family census. Like, oh, I got Irish in me. Like, how the hell do I have Irish in me? Look at me. I don't got no traits of being so-called white. But a lot of this has to do with what we're reading right now. You know what I mean? So again, in 1653, this dude Netherway permitted to export from Ireland 100 Tories who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia, and that other batches, some still larger, of Irish unfortunates were there imported. Again, Irish unfortunates. What's an unfortunate? Yet no proof appears that any of the Drogheda prisoners were transported to Virginia. Cromwell himself mentions Barbados as their destination. So even though, even if they didn't land in Virginia, they were landing in Barbados, in the Caribbean. A lot of these, they said, oh, they're supposed to be taken to Virginia when they were in England or Ireland or Scotland. But when they got here, they were, ending up in the Caribbean or somewhere else. The Scotch prisoners in the Preston campaign of 1648 were sent to Barbados. All right. Some of the men that at that time brought into Virginia from New York as convicts were felons only in the eye of martial law. Thus, previous to the year 1665, the English invaders of Long Island attacked New Amstel on South River. Many of the Dutch colonists they sold as slaves in Virginia. You see that? So when the Dutch were there running things, that was Dutch lands. New Dutch land, that was New York. New Holland, that was all New York. All right. And the Dutch had that colony, and when the English got there, enslaved some of these Dutch, right, and sold them as slaves in Virginia. Now, were all these Dutch white? I don't think so. So we got to break that. We got to stop thinking when they're talking about Europeans that it's always going to be white. All right. So a lot of these so-called dark-skinned Dutch as well were taken into plantations in Virginia and then mixed with Aboriginals from America. And then you forget the whole history. Now you're just black. All right. So how do you have Dutch in your census record in your family? All right. Think about it. Other convicts guilty of no moral transgressions came from other colonies. Thus, the General Court in Boston ordained that the Quakers who had not wherewithal to pay their fines, and they were enormous, should be sold for bondmen or bondwomen to Barbados, Virginia, or any of the English plantations. Again, bondmen, indenture, all right, a contract. You're bound to serve for a number of years, all right? That's what they did to the Quakers when the English got there. You see that? We're not talking about Africans. When have we read anything about Africans, right? After the Mar and Derwent Water Rising in 1716, 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites out of His Majesty's abundant clemency were deported. All right, so now we got into the Jacobites. I know a lot of people heard of the Jacobite rebellion and all that in England, in Scotland, and all that area up there. So a lot of these prisoners of war from the Jacobite rebellions were being sent over here as well. Again, after the Marne, there went water rising in 1716. 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites, not Africans. Again, we're talking about slave ships. We're talking about 2 shipload of slave ships, if you want to call them slave ships, because I bet you these are battalion ships. They didn't have no slave ships. Were defeated. Were filled with defeated Jacobites. All right? Jacobites. Out of His Majesty's abundant clemency. These are English people. English, not Africans. Were deported, 80 in the ship Friendship and 55 in the Good Speed, and were sold in Maryland. I know I've heard these ships before, and we're going to get to the story of this ship and the Jacobites. All right now. Let me just finish this paragraph. As it continues, it says, a most desirable class of political offenders would have come to both Virginia and New England. All right, POWs, they were sending them over here, prisoners of war, convicts, all that, and that in great numbers through the Conventicle Act of 1664. But that law which expelled from England a noble army of martyrs. All right, a noble army of martyrs. Who's these noble people they're taking out of England? Could these include so-called black people? Noble black people? Martyrs expressly forbade transporting them to either Virginia or New England, and so they were consigned to the torrid sugar islands. You understand? I mean, they were sending them when they were because of political reasons or something, even though their intention was for them to go to Virginia and New England. There was when they got here, there was like trouble sometimes, so they would end up in the Caribbean instead. They would be like, no, man, we can't have that here. So just send them to the sugar plantations. If cargoes could not all be sold there, there is a reason to think that the remnant in some way was carried on into continental colonies. All right, talking about the Jacobites. Virginia in the present paper has been chiefly spoken of as the destination of convicts.
All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys something I have here. Jacobite prisoner. Right, here we go. So look, it says names, age, profession, county, stature, and remarks. Yeah, so let's get this first person. I know you guys saw it already. James Nielsen. These are Jacobites, remember. James Nielsen. He's 26. He's a laborer. He's from Aberdeen. He's 5'5". He's what? Black, swarthy, and slender. Black, swarthy, and slender. The other guy is brown. Sandy hair, swarthy, brown, well made, brown, ditto, ditto, ruddy, ditto, 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 black, straight, swarthy, lusty, light hair, fair faced. All right, brown, well made, swarthy, swarthy, black, black. All right, hold up, let me go back now. All right, this is an actual primary source, right? All right, so I'm gonna read here. It says extract from a list naming 150 Jacobite prisoners taken by the French in October 1747, as recorded by W. Smith at Lincoln, York, and Lancaster. This is the list referred to by Samuel Smith, which ship was captured. All right, this is real history. Again, James Nielsen, what? He was black and swarthy. Black and swarthy. As you can see, swarthy, swarthy, dark, brown, black, brown, thick, fair complexion. We got a fair complexion guy here. We got a pale skin one. We got a pock-pitted, ruddy, dark complexion. Can it get any more clear than that? Dark complexion, black man. Hey, black man. Who's the black man? George Hume. Black man. Black man. Again, these are Jacobites. Swarthy. All right, dark brown. Chestnut. Chestnut. Black man. Again, black, swarthy, and slender. Jacobite. A real transcript. We're going to go back to the presentation.
It is made thus prominent in all documents which have come to the knowledge of the writer. But he is not ignorant that according to Dr. Land, all the 9 colonies outside of New England were penal settlements, and that Lodge and other able writers maintain that Maryland received a larger felon quota than any other province. The whole number there, as estimated by Scharf, the Maryland historian, was at least 20,000, about half of them after 1750. We ain't talking about they bringing Africans. You gotta really do research on real history so you can see that there is records that's telling you straight up who was really getting enslaved. And we already went over the Indian enslavement. They weren't bringing no Africans. They were enslaving the American Indians, the Spanish and Portuguese, and actually bringing them to the other side of the world and the other colonies, selling them to the English and other people. All right. So again, we got a whole estimate here by Scharf, a Maryland historian. 20,000, about half of them after 1750. In all cases where Maryland has been found coupled with Virginia, the writer has so stated it. The historical register now, and then mentions Maryland alone, saying that on October 4, 1726, about 80 felons convict under sentence of transportation were taken out of Newgate and put on a ship board for Maryland in America. They were just snatching them out of the prisons and putting them in the ship, being joined on the river by several more convicts from Surrey and Kent. In 1665, certain convicts in England petitioned Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, in hopes she would order them sent to her Maryland. So convicts were like, what? They're getting sent to Maryland, getting what? Just working, then free, and then they get land, and then they don't have to be in prison? Sign me up for that. They were begging the Queen, yo, send me over there. I'll be good. Send me over there. As late as 1769, 87-year convicts from Bristol are noticed by Sharp, and Lodge maintains that such importations continued thereafter they had ceased in other colonies, though such imports into Virginia were not declared illegal until 1788. Damage has been done. And again, we continue a little further down in the book, British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right, very scholarly article from the American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, published by Oxford University. We continue on page 9 as Bristol, according to Macaulay, was specially infamous for kidnappers. Remember the spirits? So it shared largely in an allied branch of business, the traffic in convicts. It was big business, all right? Not in Africans, but what? Who? Convicts, undesirables, prisoners of wars. Hunt, the historian of that city, remarks, toward the end of the 17th century, Bristol, aldermen and justices used to transport criminals and sell them as slaves or put them to work on their plantations in the West Indies. Who? Criminals, not Africans. Criminals from England. A writer in Notes and Queries holds this Bristol industry to have arisen still earlier, saying, when Cromwell and William as well had conquered Ireland, the Irish officers sought safety on the continent, while the rank and file were pressed to enlist in foreign service. As many as 34,000 men were thus hurried into exile. Listen to this, all right? 34,000 widows and orphans. The government shipped wholesale to the West Indies. Wholesale to the West Indies. We ain't talking about Africans here. You gotta break the spell. Don't bring me your personal attachment. Don't be all hurt. Don't be all hurt because I'm telling you facts here. You can research all this. The American Historical Review, they ain't playing. Right? 34,000 shipped wholesale to the West Indies. The boys for slaves. The boys for slaves. Not Africans. Who? People from England. The women and girls from mistresses to the English sugar planters. The merchants of Bristol, slave dealers in the days of Strongbow, sent over their agents to hunt down and ensnare the wretched people. Orders were given them on the governors of jails and workhouses for boys who were of an age to labor and women who were marriageable or not past breeding. In the foregoing notice of Bristol exports, the words West Indies probably mean the best American market no matter where. The best American market doesn't matter. That wasn't specifically the West Indies, Caribbean. They're talking about anywhere in the Americas. That's what they're trying to tell you. So a lot of those 34,000 convicts that said they went to the West Indies, no, they just went to the open market over here on this side of the world. They landed in many places, those people, even in Virginia and Boston, New York. Some of those whom Bristol vessels had transported were brought to New England and sold there. You see, they didn't all go to the West Indies sugar plantations. With the video, bound over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience by John Van Dersey. Introduction. On November 30th, 1774, the brig London Packet docked at Philadelphia. Its chief cargo, not usual for the time, all right, not usual for the time, we're talking about 1774, right, was 122 indentured servants, British and continental men and women who would be bound into servitude for an average of 4 years in exchange for passage. Probably some had agreed to a certain term in England. Others would have to bargain with agents, masters or ship owners here. A certain number may have been transported for criminal offenses. A few may have been kidnapped or shanghaied by unscrupulous labor contractors. All of these were common practices in the American servant trade. The American servant trade. All right? We're not talking about Africans here. We're talking about that in 1774. It was the usual thing to see ships come in full of people, full of indentured servants, full ships, right? Servant ships or slave ships, what do you want to call it? Huh? They were packed in there like herons, remember? Now listen to this, except for the important distinction that their existence as individuals was acknowledged by law, and that after their term of servitude they were to be granted the full rights of free men and women. The status of these people was essentially the same as that of slaves. Again, the status of these people was essentially the same as that of slaves. This is slave. This is how slavery became. Should tell. It was through indentured servitude they were extending these indentures for life. They, the work they did, and the clothes on their backs belonged entirely to their masters. They could be hired out, sold, or auctioned, even if this meant separating them from their families. They could be beaten, whipped, or branded, all right? This is where you get that whole story. Indentured servitude, these people went through that. If they ran away, they could be punished by an extension, often a multiplication of their term of servitude. In some colonies, runaways were hanged, a process too wasteful to apply to slaves, who retained, after all, the value of capital. The resemblance to enslavement began at least at embarkation, where both voluntary and involuntary immigrants were herded on board. White Guinea men, it says they're white Guinea men, and crammed below decks in unsanitary conditions with insufficient provisions. This is the Middle Passage here. Again, Middle Passage. They're crossing the Atlantic Ocean from Europe in these conditions. All right, we're going to ignore this. You want to make up stories like Kunta Kinte. You want to put it, oh, it was Africans. It was all these Negros. No, these are Europeans, both pale skin and melanated Europeans as well, colored Europeans together. They were what? Being packed in these ships, crammed below decks in unsanitary conditions with insufficient provisions. On the London packet, this had meant 9 weeks of confinement in a stifling hold, 9 weeks in the ocean. A Middle Passage in what? In a stifling hold, and an outbreak of putrid fever that had swept through the entire ship. 5 bodies had been thrown overboard en route, and no more than 5 people among the complement of indentured cabin passengers and crew had escaped infestation. You hear this? People will comment on my videos, and these type of videos especially, be like, but it's not the same. Nobody's comparing, first of all. But these people went through the same thing that you supposedly Kunta Kinte went through. Supposedly, that's a fictional story, and I'm reading you a real story right now. You know, remember they're talking about the ship that came in with all these people, and it says among the deceased cabin passengers was a marginally free man, a failed schoolmaster, staymaker, and preacher, who had barely been able to scrape together the price of his passage. In this atmosphere of incarceration, disease, and fortified human rights, he made his passage to the New World, an appendage of a practice developed for the population of it. Such passage, remember this Middle Passage, right? Middle Passage was a fearful demonstration of the fragility of human freedom, as well as the fierce price of slipping back into servitude. The experience was to mark the man, just as the disease festering among the indentured below deck marked him now, leaving him so weakened that he had to be carried off the ship, disembarking only after the rest of the passengers and crew had left. Thus, Thomas or Tom Paine arrived in America. All right, they're talking about Thomas Paine. Who's this Tom Paine? He came in under these conditions. Who's Thomas Paine that came in under the slave conditions? We're going to go to Britannica Encyclopedia.com or Britannica.com, and it's Thomas Paine, it says here, right? Now, Thomas Paine, it says here, born in Norfolk, England. He died in 1809, New York. English-American writer and political pamphleteer whose common sense pamphlet and crisis papers were important influences on the American Revolution. So he contributed to the American Revolution, the same person who came in as a slave, remember, under those conditions that he had to be carried off the ship. He almost died on the way over here. All right, so we continue in this book. And right here it talks about how Washington basically liked, this guy Thomas Paine's readings or his literature, what he wrote. And it says Washington, we're talking about George Washington, moved by this article, ordered it to be read aloud to his brigades. He too, plantation owner, slaveholder, aristocrat, had been associated with indentured servitude. As a British officer in the French and Indian War, Washington had urged upon the colonial authorities the enlistment of servants in the Virginia volunteers, warning that if such provision were not made, servants would run off and enlist in the regular army anyway. He himself recruited numbers of indentured servants for his regiment. All these Europeans, who they fighting? It is the forgotten social undercurrent of the American Revolution. All right? This is the true reason of the American Revolution. Indentured servitude and all these Europeans fighting to fight their status and for their freedom, their liberty, and the tyranny they were under indentured servitude, the desperate sucking tide that made the unthinkable challenge to the most powerful naval and military force on earth a worthwhile risk, and prompted the guarantees of individual rights written into government that evolved afterwards. We are, in fact, as Americans, listen to what he's going to say, we are, in fact, as Americans, the descendants of bound people. All these Americans, all these white Americans, all these people talking about love it or leave it, or, this is the America, get out or go back to Africa, all that stuff. They are the ones descended from bound people. I've been showing you a lot in the other videos. How many hours in the other videos? How many sources did I show? And I got more sources on this part, and I got way more to show. I don't know how many parts I'm going to do because it just keeps popping up because it is part of history. I keep finding this. It's part of history. It's real history. History they never told us about. History they sugarcoated. History they whitewashed. History they erased. History they hid. Because the fact is that most Americans are descendants of bound people. And we're not talking about the aboriginal original people here that were never, ever bound. Tied now by that binding in ways we have forgotten, which it would serve us well to remember. They're gonna remember now. Oh, they're gonna hear it now. They're gonna remember now. Ain't no turning back. From 1609 until well after the founding of the Republic, half of all the colonists who came to America arrived under some form of involuntary labor. And they're being modest here with these numbers. Half of all the colonists? How much millions is that? Do the numbers. Now times that times all their descendants that are alive today. How they multiplied and they call themselves the white, so-called white American, or what you want to call so-called black American. A lot of the so-called black Americans are descendants of the same European-bound people of color. People of North Africa, Sephardic Jews they didn't want, Huguenots they didn't want, black Germans they didn't want, Protestants, Quakers, swarthy, I'm talking about swarthy complexion Europeans. Yes, you can't deny that part if it's in your genealogy. Actually look into it and see what else you can dig on it. We gotta accept every part of you. If you have whatever you have in your family, you gotta cherish it and understand it, know who you are. Because, again, from 1609 until way after, till basically ever, until today, half of all the colonists supposedly came in as involuntary labor. To them fell the largest share of the hardest work in an unfamiliar country. They cleared the land. Again, all right, this is a very scholarly book. There's so many sources in this. I already showed you in the beginning before I read it. It's on the way in the back. You want to, again, verify all the info. It's called Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience. All right, that's the name of the book. You can check out all the sources he has. You can verify all the information. We have already verified the information we're reading in this book. This is part 4. But I want you to pay attention to what he's going to say. And what he just said, he said, to them, to who? To these indentured servants, these convicts, these undesirables, these people they didn't want over there, political prisoners. All right? All of them, all these indentured servants, to them fell the largest share of the hardest work in an unfamiliar country. The hardest work, not to Africans. The hardest work fell to indentured servants from Europe. They cleared what? The land, drained the swamps, built the roads, first plowed the unbroken ground. They cooked and cleaned and nursed and midwifed. They worked and died in greater numbers than anyone else. Theirs were the hands and backs that worked the transformation from wilderness to settled prosperity, a change so sweeping that its signs have vanished, so that the completed colonies seem somehow to have sprung fully into being directly from their charters. In the process, these men and women, drifters and convicts, rogues and whores, and the chronically poor, reluctant, coarse, unpaid, overworked, overwhelmingly ignorant, and unskilled, vanished themselves, transformed into what we have come to think as of the American people. Any questions?
Any questions?
Right, that was so deep right there. I hope you understand. This is the main point I've been trying to show you.
Deep.
Right? And I hope you guys have been understanding the last 3 parts of this.
Let them know, Curimeo.
When I was saying the invention of the white race and how they created this segregation. Today, all these American people, right? All these American people, a lot of these American people descend from indentured servants, both pale skin and people of color. So when we're reading, don't just think white when I'm saying they worked the hardest jobs and all this. There's also colored people in this. When they're saying, because you know how we grew up, and everybody always knew that it was the so-called slave, right, that built everything. The so-called slave, the Negro, right, so-called Negro or African slaves. Oh, they built the White House, they built the roads, right? Well, it was slaves / indentured servants, and there was so-called Negroes in that mix, but there was also pale-skinned people, Europeans. To them fell the hardest work. To your Europeans who were coming here as indentured servants, both pale-skinned and so-called Negro. And with time, they vanished themselves. What happened to them? They transformed into what we have come to think as the American people. But you want to keep associating yourself to being a slave or to everything that is slavery, everything related to slavery. That's what you keep wanting to associate yourself with, right? You want to identify as the persons who built the roads, who had to enslave, had to go through all this hardship. That's what they want you to envision. But a lot of your ancestors were never even indentured servants or slaves, and owned land and actually owned indentured servants.
Fact.
So this is just something for you to think about. Again, we're in the book Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience.
They came as slaves, vast human cargo, transported on tall British ships, bound for the Americas. They were shipped by the hundreds of thousands and included men, women, and even the youngest of children. Whenever they rebelled or even disobeyed an order, they were punished in the harshest of ways. Slave owners would hang their human property by their hands and set their hands or feet on fire as one form of punishment. They were burned alive and had their heads placed on pikes in the marketplaces as warnings to other captives. Now, do we really need to go into all the gory details? But are we talking about the African slave trade?
Nope.
King James II and Charles I also led a continued effort to enslave the Irish. Britain's famed Oliver Cromwell furthered this practice of dehumanizing one's next-door neighbor. The Irish slave trade began when James II sold 30,000 Irish prisoners as slaves to the New World. His proclamation of 1625 required Irish political prisoners to be sent overseas and sold to English settlers in the West Indies. By the mid-1600s, the Irish were the main slaves sold to Antigua and Montserrat. At that time, 70% of the total population of Montserrat were Irish slaves. Ireland quickly became the biggest source of human livestock for English merchants. From 1641 to 1652, over 500,000 Irish were killed by the English and another 300,000 were sold as slaves. Ireland's population fell from about 1.5 million to 600,000, just in one single decade. Families were ripped apart as the British did not allow Irish fathers to take their wives or children with them across the Atlantic. This led to a helpless population of homeless women and children. Britain's solution was to auction them off as well. During the 1650s, over 100,000 Irish children between the ages of 10 and 14 were taken from their parents and sold as slaves in the West Indies, Virginia, and New England. In this decade, 52,000 Irish, mostly women and children, were sold to Barbados and Virginia. Another 30,000 Irish men and women were also transported and sold to the highest bidder. In 1656, Cromwell ordered that 2,000 Irish children be taken to Jamaica and sold as slaves to English settlers. Many people today will avoid calling the Irish slaves what they truly were, slaves. They'll come up with terms like indentured servants. This is to describe what occurred to the Irish. However, in most cases, from the 17th and 18th centuries, Irish slaves were nothing more than human cattle. If a planter whipped or branded or beat an Irish slave to death, it was never a crime. A death was nothing more than a monetary setback. England continued to ship tens of thousands of Irish slaves for more than a century. Records state that after 1798, the Irish Rebellion, thousands of Irish slaves were sold to both America and Australia. One British ship even dumped 1,302 slaves into the Atlantic Ocean so that the crew could have plenty of food to eat. There's little question that the Irish experienced the horrors of slavery as much, if not more, in the 17th century as the Africans did. There is also very little question that those brown tan faces you witness in your travels to the West Indies are very likely a combination of Irish and African ancestry. In 1839,
And we're going to say Irish and American indigenous people. They weren't bringing Africans. What Africans?
Britain finally decided on its own to end its participation in Satan's highway to hell and stop the transporting of slaves. While their decision did not stop pirates from doing what they desired, the new law slowly concluded this chapter of nightmarish Irish misery. But if anyone, black or white, believes that slavery was only an African experience, then they have it completely wrong.
Wrong.
Irish slavery is a subject worth remembering, not erasing from our memories.
Remember.
But where are our public and private schools? Where are the history books? Why is it so seldomly discussed? Do the memories of hundreds of thousands of Irish victims merit more than a mention from an unknown writer? Or is their story to be one that their English pirates intended? To, unlike the African book, have the Irish story utterly and completely disappeared as if it never existed. None of the Irish victims ever made it back to their homeland to describe their ordeal. These are the lost slaves, the ones that time and biased history books conveniently forgot.
Lost slaves.
If you want to know more about this subject, I honestly say that you should really check it out, as I found everything that I read today from Google. It was very easy to search. I just typed in white slavery and started reading. And there's so much on this subject, but yet so little is taught in schools about it. It makes me wonder if really there is some kind of cover-up. From or by who, I don't know, but it's just another story of untold history. And it certainly is hidden.
Video. All right, we're in this other book, just to correlate with what we're learning today. It says Supplement to the Jail Review, Volume 10, Number 2, August 1901. It says here, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by Carl Frederick Geiser, Ph.D. All right. Professor of Political Science, Iowa State Normal School, sometime assistant in American history at Yale University. And he says in the preface that this monograph is the attempt has been made to give a complete and accurate account of the institution of indentured servitude service as it existed in Pennsylvania, in the hope of throwing some new light upon an important phase of our colonial history, upon which comparatively little has been written. Again, they never told us about this part of history. Large tracts of land were offered by Penn to adventurers at prices merely nominal, and 50 acres of land were given for every servant brought into the colony. Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement. All right, so they were given all these servants, these undesirable convicts, felons, beggars, poor people, underclass, who were being kidnapped a lot of the time. They were giving them 50 acres of your ancestors' land, land that didn't belong to anybody. It was part of the everybody's. You can't own land. It's the Great Spirit's land. Hawa. It's your habitat, your promised land, as a resource, not to own. But they were giving that land away. What? 50 acres to these undesirables from Europe? Indentured servants? Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement. In fact, such inducements were offered in nearly all the early colonies. All right. Now, dodge the hijack. Dodge your own hijack, because a lot of these people were not just white. They were Negro Europeans, what you would say a Negro, the Moorish European, whatever you want to call them. All right. And is that why you have it in your census record or in genealogy that one of your ancestors might have been from Britain? But you're sure he was so-called Negro, right? Or was he white? Do you even know? All right, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them were so-called Negro too. Don't leave them out. All right. Now these indentured servants, again, they were getting large tracts of land. All right, and that was happening in all the early colonies. All right, and they were making pamphlets and brochures and passing that all around England. Be like, look, you can live in the land of promise. You have lived the American dream. Generally speaking, the indentured servants were those immigrants who, unable to pay their passage, signed a contract, called an indenture, before embarking in which they agreed with the master or owner of the vessel transported them to serve him or his assigns a period of years in return for passage to America. The master or owner of the vessel, whose servants they thus at once became on arriving in America, sold them for their passage to whom he pleased, usually to the highest bidder. The indenture was then transferred to the purchaser, who now became the master for the remaining period expressed in the indenture. You see this? It's business, selling people, basically, your service. In the latter history of the institution, the term redemptioneer becomes common, and many modern writers have failed to realize the distinction between redemptioneers and indentured servants. The redemptioneer, strictly speaking, was an immigrant, but an embarking agreed with the shipping merchant to be transported without an indenture and without payment of passage, and on landing in America to be given a short period of time in which to find the relatives or friends to redeem him by paying his passage. If he were unable to find anyone who would redeem him in the time specified, the captain was at liberty to sell him to the highest bidder in payment for his passage, in which case the redemptioneer entered into the same legal relation or status as the indentured servant and was consequently governed by the same laws. In Germany, although the causes were of a lot different nature from those in England, the supply was no less real and abundant. The claims of Louis, and it says there the 16th or the 14th, to the Palatinate, which was opposed by the German states in the Triple Alliance under the leadership of William of Orange, opens a period of devastation to that state, which caused thousands to seek homes in the American colonies. Thousands of what? Germans. To avenge himself on that province and to weaken his enemies, Louis sent an army of 50,000 men in 1685 to ravage the country. Cities and villages were burned. The people were stripped of their possessions and were forced by the French to plow under their crops. Many perished and thousands were made homeless. A few years' immunity from plunder was followed by another invasion of a similar nature in 1693, the outbreak of the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701, the Palatinate being the pathway of the contending armies, added 13 years more of misery. To all this wretchedness, Louis furnished a climax by sending an army into the province in 1707 to repeat the rapine of former years. This was the beginning of the great German exodus to England and her colonies. And to the native population which flowed out of Germany at this time were added many of the French Huguenots who left their country on account of the persecutions of the king. When we consider that in addition to the ravages of war, the people in Germany, England, and Ireland were burdened with heavy taxes, distressed by political, social, and religious factions, it is not all strange that there should be a strong desire on the part of the restless population to seek homes in a new country, free from wars, from party strife and social caste. The American colonies, of course, right? That's where they're going to go seek all that. In a large measure, were free from these distress and misfortunes. So we didn't have all the stress, all this stuff they were going through, right? All their problems. 99 problems, but, right? It's not, but this is not one of them, you know? And then what they wanted to do, come here where it's not here, and then they brought all that we live through now, right? What they're describing these people living like, a lot of us live like that now, right? When this corporation we live in, they brought that over to us and offered the desired opportunities. The remoteness of the colonies and the lack of means to reach them were the chief barriers which interposed. Those who were without the necessary means of transporting themselves and who were assisted in various ways formed a large proportion of the population in many of the colonies. In Pennsylvania, assisted immigration begins with the founding and settling of the colony. Its history is concomitant with that of free immigration. Indentured servants are mentioned in the earliest frame of Penn's government and continue to become a more important class with the increase of population. And we can the article on this website. This is from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. It says Black History Month, North Carolinians to remember. It's talking about John Chavis. All right. It says that John Chavis was a highly respected preacher and educator in the late 1700s who served 3 years in the Revolutionary War, listed as an indentured servant in Halifax County in 1773. And by 1789, he was recorded as a free black owning one horse in Mecklenburg County, Virginia. All right. Indentured servant, free. He had his contract. It was over. He got his freedom.
Now we're going to go into this part of the video where this guy is actually talking about the Mayflower. In case you don't know, the Mayflower was mostly, more than half of them were indentured servants, and included Protestants, Sephardic Jews, all that. So all this time we thought all these were white people, these pilgrims, so-called pilgrims. Nah, a lot of them were indentured servants and convicts and stuff. Same thing. They were forced. Some of them were forced to go on that ship.
The Mayflower, actually, of the Pilgrim voyage, on 3 days before or 2 or 3 days before they landed, the majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants. The majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants, and they staged a revolt on board. And what came out of it is the famous document known as the Mayflower Compact, where all the people there were declared themselves equal, free and equal. They revolted against the form of servitude that most of them had been committed, had signed up to put themselves under. Well, in the colonies, the most of the colonies, or all of the British colonies, were really set up by corporations. And as soon as possible, people who were hooked into it, who were often indentured servants, where they signed up for passage for a certain number of years, they would have to work off the money that the passage cost, and then they were able to get off on their own. And they, as soon as they got out, many of them just ran away from that form of bondage, and went off into the wilderness.
This is from the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science by Herbert B. Adams. He's the editor. It says History and Past Politics and Politics of Present History. Freeman. 14th series says the 4th and the 5th, Slavery and Servitude in the Colony of North Carolina by John Spencer Bassett, PhD, Professor of History and Political Science in Trinity College, North Carolina. And this is back from 1896 by the John Hopkins Press, all right, 1896. The first laborers that in the English took to the New World colonies were whites, who during the first years of their residence were obliged to serve the settlers in the capacity of bonded servants. These people were commonly called servants or Christian servants. Remember, we got this in the past parts. They were just labeling themselves Christians. They weren't really calling themselves white. Remember, that didn't exist for about 60 years after 1619. It didn't exist in any record. It started way after classifying people as white. And remember, we got to be careful with that. And we know that a lot of these Europeans were not just pale-skinned white. All right? They were people of color too. And as such are to be distinguished from slaves in regard to them, as well as to the slaves. Their history, as it related to North Carolina, begins in Virginia. There were three sources of the supply of these servants. There were indented servants, people of no means, who being unable to pay for passage to America, agreed to assign themselves for a certain period to some ship captain on condition that when he reached Virginia, he might transfer his rights for money to someone who would maintain and work the servant for the given period. Transported felons, who were such criminals, vagabonds, or other obnoxious persons, were sent to the colonies by order of the English courts. All right, that was the most of them. That was the large part of them. Kidnapped persons, and here's another large portion of these indented servants. Kidnapped persons, usually children, who were stolen by traders or ship captains in the London or Liverpool streets and taken to America, where they were assigned till of age to such planters as would pay the prices demanded for their passages. From these three sources, many people came to Virginia during the first 60 years of its settlement. Again, during the first 60 years, there was no record of anybody calling anybody white. So whoever wrote this, talking about the first people who were enslaved, the first laborers were whites. And he's talking about the first 60 years. We already got in law books, statute books, we've shown that they didn't have that anywhere until 60 years later, after 1619, after they started establishing their colonies and bringing in these indented servants by large numbers. Continuing the book, it says, in the early period of North Carolina, there was continual complaint that people harbored runaway servants, all right, runaway servants. Governor Nicholson made the charge in 1691, and Edward Randolph, Surveyor General, repeated the charge in 1696. The situation of North Carolina was favorable to Virginia runaways, and it is likely that when servants left their masters in that province, they took refuge in the swamps and the forests to the southward. Who? Servants, not African slaves. It's called levelers and fugitive runaway advertisements and the contrasting political economies of mid-18th century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Pennsylvania welcomed and thrived upon servants from Germany, Scotland, and Ireland, and many came. New England restricted their entry, attracted few servant immigrants, often scorned them, and largely used their own native-born population to do the hardest and most dangerous work. What are they talking about here? They use the Indians. Now, where does it say anything about Africans, right? Where does it say anything about Africans? Talking about German, Scottish, and Irish servants or slaves. And then we're talking about native-born people, the people born in that area, the indigenous people. That's who they were putting to work. A little further down it says between 1720 and 1760, Wilcock estimates that some 67,185 German immigrants arrived at the docks in Philadelphia, at least half of as servants. So at least half of those were servants. All right. So what are we talking about? 33, 34,000. But they're saying at least minimum. So they don't know. They're giving you a sugar-coated number here. A hapless and failed English servant apparently invented the term best poor man's country to describe Pennsylvania, indicating how attractive it was to such European labor irrespective of his personal failure. The lure worked well. Between 1720 and 1760, in addition to German migration, about 20 ships a year also arrived from Ireland. 20 ships from where? Ireland, not the Caribbean with a bunch of Africans, or not from Africa with a bunch of Africans. It came from Ireland, 20 ships. Are we talking about slave ships? Oh, but these ain't slave ships, right? They won't call these slave ships. Actually, find me one real slave ship that brought Africans. I'm still waiting. Most packed with servants for sale. Again, 20 ships packed like sardines. We're going to read this later. Packed like sardines. Packed with servants for sale. Who? Irish servants, not Africans. Are you starting to do the numbers? A steady flow of English servants also energized the economy. Although there were other forms of labor, Pennsylvanians came to rely on white servants and their descendants. On who did the Pennsylvanians come to rely on? On white, paleface, on white servants and their descendants. White, not Africans, on white servants and their descendants. Now, if you want to see if these are all white people just because they're coming from Ireland, Scotland, and England, now that's a whole different story, right? They're letting you know real history here when it comes to slavery or servitude in America. Chattel property, or treated like chattel property. All right, and further down it says the racial situation was different among workers in Delaware Valley. There were white workers. They faced free labor markets and few privileges. It made more sense for them to run away from their contractual service obligations. Not surprisingly, an overwhelming majority of runaways in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey were white. 89%, all right? 89% of the runaways. We're talking about runaways, right? And they told us this was Africans escaping slavery. Harriet Tubman, right? So was Harriet Tubman helping these white indentured servants? Because it was 89% of them from Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. That's 3 states. That's a lot of people. And a mere 11% were so-called black, biracial, or Indian. That might be just one person right there. They might just be saying biracial because somebody looks mixed. They call somebody a crayon color, so we cross that out. Indian, well, that's you. Black is you. Biracial, well, they'd have to prove it. So again, all right. In another book from the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science, and this is White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820, by Eugene Irvin McCormick, PhD, instructor in American History, University of California, and this is from 1904. All right, White Servitude in Maryland. It says here, the system of servitude, thus early established in Virginia, was adopted by Lord Baltimore as a means of settling and developing the colony of Maryland. Too poor to send out settlers himself, he induced others to transport servants in return for grants of land and the new colony. All right, so he was trying to make people to finance, the transportation of these servants he wanted to colonize Maryland with. All right, this Lord Baltimore. All right. Many who did not wish to go in person furnished Baltimore money for transporting servants and received their pay in lands. The servants usually signed a written contract called an indenture, which bound them to serve a master for a specified number of years in return for free transportation, food, clothing, and 50 acres of land. Remember the headright system. From this contract, whether they signed it or not, all servants came to be called indented servants, whether they signed it or not. Remember, by force they were bringing people over here. Concerning the motives which led Lord Baltimore to found the colony of Maryland, there have been much dispute among writers on toleration, By confining their attention to this religious controversy, they have apparently lost sight of the underlying principle in Baltimore's plans, which overshadowed all others, that of revenue. All right, it was a business. He wanted revenue. There is very little evidence to support the theory that Maryland was founded as a home for persecuted Catholics. All right, that's the story they told everybody. A majority of the first settlers sent out were Protestants. All right, Protestants. All right, just want to read something real quick here in chapter 3. It says, number and economic importance says the actual number of servants imported into Maryland and the ratio which they bore to the free inhabitants cannot easily be determined from the scanty records which have been left us. All historians of Maryland complain of the dearth of contemporaneous material. Outside of purely legal documents, the settlers have left us very few journals or records of historical value. All right, so now they're letting you know that here in Maryland, they don't really know how many indentured servants there really was, you know, or coming in or anything, or if there was more indentured servants than slaves or more European indentured servants than so-called Negroes in indenture. You understand? So whatever numbers they ever gave you in history, it was all a lie. If they ever said, no, it was very few indentured servants here, it was more so-called Negroes here as slaves, well, that's a lie because they don't have any records. They're making things up. Or I just wanted to verify that here. They're letting you know here. Then it says, for some time after the founding of the colony, talking about Maryland, right? The servants came exclusively from Great Britain, Ireland, and Virginia. All right, not Africa, any of these servants. Of the original immigrants, the ratio of servants to freemen was probably about 6 to 1. All right, more servants than freemen. In the Assembly of 1637, which all freemen were required to attend, only 90 appeared either in person or by proxy, leaving about 220 who must have been servants. This would make the ratio at this time 7 to 3. The increase in this proportion of freemen was due to the expiration of some of the servants' terms and to the immigration from Virginia. So freemen also included, if there was a white indentured European and he did his time in 7 years and it was over, then he became a freeman. And we'll continue in the book White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820 by Eugene Irvin McCormick. We're in chapter 8 now, and they're talking about the convicts, and it says here, from the reign of James I, of King James, till the separation of the colonies from England, large numbers of convicts were annually transported to the 13 colonies, as well as the Barbados, Jamaica, and other islands, and influenced materially the history of both the mother country and the plantations. These indentured servants, not Africans, to the West Indies, Jamaica, Barbados, and the other islands, not Africans, indentured servants. The English kings, ever solicitous about the want of laborers in America, kindly consented to send over all their unmanageable subjects to become servants in the plantations, a kindness not always appreciated by the colonists. Convicts were sent to Virginia and Barbados before the founding of Maryland, but after the settlement of the latter colony and continually throughout the colonial period, she received her share. All right, Maryland got a lot of convicts too, and in fact, a greater number than any other province. Mad convicts, the most convicts. Maryland was full of what? Convicts. The most were sent to Maryland, called Coulomb, who made a special study of crimes and criminals in England. And speaking of transportation after 1718 says, the system continued for 56 years, during which period and until the commencement of the American War in 1775, great numbers of felons were sent chiefly to the province of Maryland. All right, all these felons. Available material furnishes no clue to the actual number of convicts sent to Maryland before the Revolution. Strauss has estimated the number at least 20,000, and the annual importation between the years 1750 and 1770 at 400 to 500. So they don't know. Remember, they have no clue. They don't know. They're making this up. They're being modest, and they're putting these in quotations. Remember, when they don't know something, they'll do this. They'll put their quotations on it, right? Because they don't really know. So judging from the newspaper records of the arrival of convicts at Annapolis and Baltimore, this estimate is not too high, if indeed it is high enough. Other estimates have been made of the whole number of involuntary immigrants sent from the British Isles to the American plantations. Between 1717 and 1775, the number sent from the Old Bailey alone is thought to be at least 10,000, and the whole number from various places in Great Britain and Ireland at least 50,000. Says here the greatest number of the 7-year passengers, that's what they call them because they were indentured for 7 years, sent to the plantations were ordinary criminals from various jails of Great Britain and Ireland. Among them were men and women of all ages and descriptions. They represented all crimes, if some of the offenses may be so classed, some stealing a loaf of bread to sustain life, to highway robbery, all right, from petty crimes to, big crimes. And a lot of them wasn't even their fault, they were just hungry. The worst criminals were seldom transported, but were executed in large numbers after every session of the court. The number was augmented at various times by the transportation of rebel convicts. Most of these were sent to the Barbados and other islands. They sent them to Barbados, right, so they couldn't escape. So a lot of these, when they say rebel convicts, what are they talking about? Like Jacobites, Quakers, Protestants, or what are they talking about? What kind of rebels? Most of these were sent to the Barbados and other islands, but during the 18th century, some were sent to New England, Virginia, and Maryland. In the summer of 1717, 135 Scotch rebels were sent to Maryland and sold as servants. All right? It is difficult to tell from the court records and state papers where the great number were sent, as there is seldom any more specific destination given than the plantations or the West Indies. All right, again, where? Plantations working in the fields, cotton fields, but tobacco fields, sugarcane fields. Yes, not Africans. These are indentured servants from where? Europe. And what did they have here? They had local labor as well. Your ancestors, the Aboriginals that were already here, right, working with these indentured servants. That was you over here. In the calendar of state papers for December 13, 1666, there is an interesting entry concerning the disposition of Scotch rebels. The resolution about the Scotch rebels is to hang all ministers and officers of the common sort. 1 in 10 is to be executed, 1 forced to confession, and the rest sent to plantations. The rebels sent to the West Indies in the 17th century were required to serve 10 years. In a letter of the king to the governor of Jamaica, he instructs the governor that all the late rebels sent to Jamaica, who's these rebels? Are these Jacobites? Who's these rebels being sent? All right, who are these people? Are these royal black nobles being sent to Jamaica and the West Indies Islands? It says, shall serve their masters 10 years without permission to redeem themselves by money or otherwise till that term be expired. The governor is ordered to propose a bill to the council and assembly for enforcing the order. The term of service for the Monmouth rebels, right, there we go, sent to Barbados was also 10 years, while ordinary servants were bound for only 4 years. Says the following are examples of many notices found in the magazines. All right, so this is an example of what they were saying in those times. It says 430 rebel prisoners from the gauls of Carlisle, Lancaster, Chester, York, and Lincoln from England, right, were transported this month from Liverpool for the plantations. All right, who? English people or English indentured servants to the plantations. 8 of them were drowned by boat oversetting, not being able to swim because they were handcuffed. So 8 of these prisoners or rebels drowned because they had them handcuffed and their little boat overturned. You see that? That's cruelty. This number with the rest makes about 1,000 transported. 105 felons, convict taken out of Newgate, the Marshalsea, and several other county gauls were put on shipboard to be transported to Maryland. Felons transported from Newgate, May 17, 1736, 4 for life, 3 for 14 years, and 100 for 7 years. You hear that? 4 were going to work for life. 4 were going for life, chattel property. You were what? An indentured servant for life. 4 of them already had that before going over there. These are Europeans, not Africans, and 100 of them for 7 years. The Maryland Gazette records the arrival of many convict vessels all through the 18th century. Loads of 50 to 100 or more were regularly landed at the ports of Baltimore and Annapolis, especially the latter city. The editors of the day frequently indulge in jokes at the expense of this class of immigrants. For example, the Maryland Gazette gives the following account of the arrival of a convict ship at Annapolis. And it says here, Friday, last arrived here from London after a passage of 29 days. All right, after a what? A middle passage. After a middle passage, right? They crossed the Atlantic, right? Oh, this one doesn't count? Oh, and this is not considered a slave ship? All right, so 29 days at sea, middle passage, Captain James Dobbins in the Thames frigate with 130 of His Majesty's passengers who were of the home, so expert and known in some arts that they were obliged to travel for the better peopling of His Majesty's American plantations, at least for the term of 7 years. All right, because of their arts, they were making fun of them. But the newspapers do not give a complete record of the arrival of these vessels in Maryland. The advertisements for runaway convicts often state that they came at particular time and in a particular ship, no account of which is given in the papers. Large, therefore, as the recorded numbers appear, the actual number was much greater. So even though we have some records of numbers, it was much greater. It was way more than they're telling us. Way more numbers of indentured servants over so-called African slaves. And we continue in the book, White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820. And they get to the conclusion, they're saying that importation of servants into Maryland from Great Britain and Ireland seems to have reached its height about the middle of the 18th century, talking about the 1700s. From the time down to the Revolution, the number of voluntary servants brought into the colony gradually diminished. Convicts, on the other hand, came in ever increasing numbers. So convicts were one of the major sources of Maryland servants. And during the 20 years which preceded the Revolution, Maryland received nearly all that were transported. After the Revolution, Maryland was getting all the felons, all the convicts. As slavery was firmly rooted in Virginia, there was little demand for convict labor, and laws were enacted to exclude them. In Pennsylvania, the German immigrants more than supplied the demand for servants. All right, we got that already, all the German indentured servants that were there. All right. And the convict element there was insignificant. But in Maryland, the contractors always found a ready market for His Majesty's passengers, in spite of their sentiment against them.
And we continue in the book, Colonies in Bondage, White Servitude and Convict Labor in America. Chapter 2, The Trade in Servants, Two Controlling Factors. Governor Sharp of Maryland wrote in 1755, the planters' portions here consist in the number of their servants, all right, who are purchased at high rates. They're purchasing who? Servants. These are not Africans, much as the estates of an English farmer do in the multitude of cattle. All right, purchasing people like cattle, purchasing servants like cattle. A member of the Council of Maryland said that experience had shown that in all plantations where servants worked in the tobacco fields, in the tobacco fields, their labors would produce a yearly profit of 50 pounds sterling apiece, and commonly more. The Assembly of Barbados lamented in 1667 that in their island the planter lies under great charge and duty without much produce for want of such servants. The president of the Council of Pennsylvania told Governor Shirley of Massachusetts in 1756 that every kind of business here, as well as among the tradesmen and mechanics, as the planters and farmers, is chiefly carried on and supported by the labor of indentured servants. 1756. All right, all the way from 1607, we're talking about more than 100 years of them bringing in indentured servants. You understand how much population growth? If in 1756 they're still being supported by the labor of indentured servants, when did the so-called African slavery begin? Why would they still be paying high prices for white servants when they can go get Africans in 1756, supposedly, right? That's what they told us in school. Why would they pay if they can get free, right? And these indentured servants, remember, they had to feed them, clothe them, and give them contracts at the end. The contract would expire. Why would they do that? You understand? This is actual history right here.
All right, I want to read this book now. It's called White Servitude in Colonial South Carolina by Warren B. Smith. This is from the University of South Carolina Press. This is from 1961, and these are the contents of the book. The first fleet to sail for Carolina stopped at the island of Barbados to pick up men and supplies. Thus, many of the first settlers of Carolina came from Barbados. We already know they were sending so many European indentured servants and convicts and all these people, rebels, political prisoners, to Barbados from England and Ireland. In the proposals of the Barbados men to settle in Carolina can be found the statement, there are many hundreds of noble families and well-experienced planters that are ready to move speedily, thither with negroes and servants. The public records of England indicate quite clearly that many, all right, again, many white servants were sent to Barbados, like I was just letting you know, right? This is history, all right? So who were they really bringing up from Barbados? You think it was Africans? In March 1655, the Council of State directed the governor of Tynemouth Castle to certify the number of prisoners taken at Dunbar, that they might be sent to Barbados. All right. In August 1655, the Council of State ordered the transportation to Barbados of all prisoners lately committed to the Marshalsea who were taken in the Breastman of War. In September 1655, the Council of State commanded the commissioners of the Admiralty to give orders for those English, Scotch, Irish, and Dutch mariners, prisoners in the Castle of Plymouth, to be sent to Barbados. All right, like I was just saying. All right, this is real history. It's not Africans they're sending to Barbados. In 1661, the Council and Assembly of Barbados passed an act for the good governance of servants. Now remember, we're talking about 1600s. Remember, let's not leave out all the New England tribes, all the American Indian people that were being sent down to Barbados as well. During the latter half of the 17th century, a constant stream of petitions flowed from home from Barbados requesting the sending out of white servants. These facts are proof of the acceptance of the institution of white servitude by the Barbadians and therefore indirectly by the first settlers of South Carolina. It would not be unreasonable to expect that among the Carolina immigrants were some who were already serving indentures and inured to the conditions of such servitude, all right? It's not unreasonable to expect that these immigrants were indentured servants. These first settlers were indentured servants themselves. This is not merely a matter of inference. Proof can be found in the passenger list of the Carolina, one of the 3 ships that sailed for Carolina from England. Again, from England in 1699. I bet you you're going to find colored people in that ship, and they're not Africans. In this ship, there were 16 passengers who brought a total of 63 servants, as well as 13 passengers who had no servants. The complete list of names follows. All right, and this is the names. Captain Sullivan. All right. I guess these are the people and their servants. All right. So we're assuming these are all white people. This is what we're assuming. But don't assume that. There's colored people in here too. It is true that no statement is made as to the character of service to be rendered by these servants. Possibly some of the above were paid personal servants, but the more likely presumption is that many of them were indentured servants. That's the reality. Just prior to the departure of this fleet, the proprietors had offered a head right of 150 acres of land to every freeman coming out before March 25th, 1670. Again, 150 acres of whose land? Whose land they're taking and giving away to these indentured servants as a head right system, like as freedom dues for completing their time and or for setting up a plantation. Plus 150 acres for every able manservant carried with him, and 100 acres for every woman servant, and for every manservant under 16. You hear this? The amount of land to be granted for transporting servants was to be reduced each year for 2 consecutive years. The greatest advantage therefore pertained to bringing servants to the province during the first year. Continuing further down, says the Carolina, again the ship that brought these servants from England, still under the command of Henry Brain, returned in the fall of 1670 to Barbados to pick up second load of colonists, right, so-called colonists. Among these were indentured servants. Probably most of them were indentured servants they were going to go pick up. They needed labor. Their names and the time that each had yet to serve were proved before Thomas Gray. So again, this is an example. Thomas Whitty, a sawyer, is to serve 2 years. He still had 2 years left. He was serving time. Toaz Patterson, a carpenter, is to serve 2 years. All right, so these are the examples. So you see, these people were being sold and transported like property. and their service basically be sold. John Radcliffe, the last named, developed a decided passion for troublemaking and occupied considerable space in the early records of the colony. Indentured servants were among the earliest arrivals in Carolina, both from the mother country and from the islands. All right, from the islands, what Caribbean islands? Mother country. They're not talking about Mama Africa here. They're talking about mother country. Their mother country, England, the mother country, the British Isles, and then what islands? The Caribbean. They ain't talking about Africa here. So again, the labor, the indentured servants slash slaves that they were using, again, were from the mother country and England or the Caribbean. They weren't coming directly from Africa. Series, there's so many books. I can do so many series, but I just want you to, hopefully it's clear by now. And if you're doing the numbers and you see I'm going to different states, different references, different sources saying the same thing, whereas the Africans come in at all. The reason for the introduction of white servants into South Carolina fall under the three general heads: to aid in the settlement of the country. All right, they needed to create colonies and plantations, right, to meet the labor shortage. All right, well, so why didn't they just go to Africa then? No, they had their own labor, right? They had local labor here, the aboriginals, and they had their own undesirables and convicts and all these people they needed to bring over here and get rid of, and to defend the colony. The initial need, of course, was for the settlement of the country. We continue in the book White Servitude in Colonial South Carolina. All right, very scholarly book from the University of South Carolina, and these are just copies of indentures. It says indentures of white servants were copied in the records of the Register and Secretary of the Province, now in the South Carolina Archive. These two, dated 1669 and 1671-72, were among the first recorded. So they're talking about this one right here, and this one says this indenture. All right, starts out with that. There's another one right here, this indenture. It says above, another early indenture dated 1673. The inventory below is proof positive that there were white servants in South Carolina in 1718. All right, 1718 still what? White servitude. Where's the Africans? Right now, so how do they get white people from this? Right, where do you see the people? So they're saying white. Remember, they're saying white because these are Europeans. So we are to assume that these are all white people. All right, but yes, a lot of these were white people. I'm just saying, don't leave out the colored Europeans. In June 1756, Governor Littleton reported that the whole number landed here was 1,023, of whom 109 have died, and 273 have been shipped off or made their escape. Some had been put to work on fortifications, but their behavior was disquieting, largely by reason of their own claim that they were prisoners of war. They did not come as servants. They were people who had been forcibly disposed, all right, these prisoners of war, these rebels, right? Perhaps no other colony could have handled the matter as South Carolina finally did. In 1712, the care of the poor had been put under the charge of vestries and church wardens. So when the Acadians became charity cases, the obligation for their keep became largely an item of parish administration. The French Huguenots, again, I was just saying, right? The French Huguenots has settled along the Santee River, so it is not surprising to find Acadians sent to Prince Frederick Winya. The vestry books of this parish record a number of large families, apportioned among the regular parishioners. On April 4th, 1759, over 3,000 pounds was allowed for maintenance of the French Acadians. All right, look at the parentheses, right? French Acadians, what are they really? 2/3 of this went to the church wardens of St. Philip's, Charlestown. Continuing the book, White Servitude in Colonial South Carolina. We're in chapter 4, and it says here, sources of supply. Right? After consideration of the various reasons for introducing white servants, attention should next be given to the sources from which they were drawn. Disbanded soldiers, defeated rebels, orphans, convicts, destitute Irish, and poor Protestants made up the more important contributing groups. In 1697, the Council of Trade and Plantations was concerned whether the king would be pleased to be at the charge of transporting any disbanded soldiers to the colonies. The end of the war in Europe should have provided an opportunity at this time for new servants. Convicts were among those brought out of Carolina as servants. All right, an advertisement was run in the Gazette during the fall of 1739 for 2 runaways from Virginia. 2 years later, Robert Ellicott, a convict felon, was advertised for in the same newspaper. One report from Georgia referred to Thomas Wright, a transported convict who had gone with several traders to Carolina. Yet on the whole, the average servant in South Carolina was perhaps of a higher type than those in the other colonies. At least the leaven of social outcasts was remarkably few, as far as the records of the colony indicate. It says here in 1672, Jamaica declared that whereas diverse thefts, felonies, and other enormities have been committed lately on Port Royal, which cannot be imputed to anything but the greater number of malefactors and other convicts yearly brought from His Majesty's prisons in England. Where's the descendants for all these people? Shouldn't Jamaica be more white? Now, all these Jamaicans, are they all Aboriginal? And that's what I'm trying to let you guys to think about, right? And it's not to bash anybody, to make anybody feel any less Aboriginal, but look into your own family history. And, you might have melanated Europeans as your ancestors. We're talking about so-called Negros, Europeans, or so-called Black Irish, Black English, Black Scottish people, coming down or being sent to Jamaica as convicts, rebels that they lost. Remember Monmouth's rebellion, all these things, undesirables. Tina says the destitute Irish represented another important source of servants. Right, the Irish, right? The presence of large numbers of destitute people at home had provided a supply, especially in the early 17th century when the economic writers still felt England to be overpopulated. With the coming of the Industrial Revolution, ideas about overpopulation changed. There was less reason to believe that England was overpopulated, and therefore the destitute Irish became a principal source of indentured servants for the colonies. Remember, there was many people living in Ireland already that had been outcasted to Ireland from England, from Scotland, Germany, France, all these places. Many of these servants were carried out to the colonies, and a lot of these people were carried out to what? The American colonies. The mercantile firms, as importers of servants, were not too careful about their treatment, as the more important purpose of the transaction was to get ships over to South Carolina, which could carry local produce back to Europe. Consequently, the Irish, as well as others, suffered greatly. This was particularly true during the period when slave importations into Carolina had been prohibited. It was almost as if the British merchants had redirected their vessels from the African coast to the Irish coast. They had redirected. They were never going over there, at least not to bring anybody to America. With the white servants coming over in much the same fashion as the African slaves. What African slaves? But they're telling you straight up right here. I pulled the baby from the water. All right, they're letting you know, same thing. Just like they were treating the indentured servants, it was the same, cramming them up in these ships, bringing them in these horrible conditions. Nathaniel Russell described in 1767, just after coming to Charlestown as agent for Rhode Island merchants, the barbarous conditions under which the Irish were brought in. About 6 weeks past, a ship arrived here from Belfast with a number of passengers. The owners of merchants there being very anxious to procure as many passengers as possible. Instead of 200, which was the most they could bring with comfort, they brought out 450, and their agreement was for 19 inches room and width for each person, but they scarcely had 7. There being so much crowded and the bad usage they met with from the master of the ship, who cut them off in their allowances of provision, almost 3/4 brought on a distemper, which carried off upwards of 100 on the passage. The survivors were in a most pitiful condition. When they arrived here, there were many parents who buried all their children, and many children without parent, friend, or relation. As soon as they landed, they were ordered into the barracks. The church wardens immediately carried about subscriptions to raise a sum of money for their relief, and in 2 days had upwards of £200 sterling subscribed exclusively of blankets, linen, cloths, and every necessary that the sick and naked stood in need of. You see how they were bringing these people over here, right? Continuing the book, White Servitude in Colonial South Carolina from the University of South Carolina. We're in chapter 5. And they continue talking about the sources of different indentured servants. And this is about the poor Protestants of Europe. All right, they say it's here by far the largest number, And certainly the most important group of the white indentured servants were the poor Protestants from Europe. All right, so real quick, I want you to dodge the hijack big time. No, history tells us a lot of these Protestants, you know, especially the Huguenots were mixed with a lot of Moriscos and Sephardic Jews who had converted over to Christianity. These were largely voluntary immigrants seeking to escape a condition become intolerable at home because of economic, religious, and political oppression. As these conditions were more or less prevalent in all parts of the European world, there was a sprinkling of many nationalities among the colony's servant class. Of course, since the Catholics were discouraged from coming, the immigrants were representative of the northern Protestant nations. And this is an ad from 1749. It says, to be sold on board the Georgetown Galley, that's the ship, Thomas Crathmade Master Line at the Franklin's Wharf, sundry English servants, men, women, well recommended, amongst whom are tradesmen, husbandmen, and indented for 4 years. Says here, another one, runaway, 3 white servants. Oh, this is a runaway ad. Check it out. It says, wait, 3 white servants lately imported. So 3 runaway white servants. All right. This is an ad about the German Palatine servants. All right, so all these ads existed in these years. It says down here, the arrival of servants was advertised in postscript to the South Carolina Gazette, November 27, 1749 above, and they ran away. The Gazette notified South Carolinians to be on the lookout for them. So, okay, so these people, same people that had gone in there from England, had run away right away. You see that? Right away as soon as they got here. These ain't Africans. And continuing the book regarding the Protestants, right? I just want to get some numbers here of certain ships loads of Protestants. So, quoting here, it says, just before this act was passed, the governor announced to the council that 2 vessels are at present in this harbor with upward of 800 foreign Protestants on board, and 2 others are hourly expected with the like number. Ships, you hear this, right? Vessels with 800 people, and they were expecting more coming in. So these are all servants, right? What they would call slaves, indentured servants. Where's the Africans? Continuing, says January 31st, 1753, says thus Ross and ship Elizabeth arrived from Rotterdam with 319 Protestants on board from Germany. All right, were all these people pale skin or white just because they were coming from Germany? That's what you got. That's the hijack you got to dodge. This is what I'm trying to make you aware of. We can't assume these were all white people. I know in this book it keeps saying white servitude, white, because they want you to think that everybody in Europe was white, just like they want you to think that everybody who's being called Negro was from Africa, and that's not true. It's the same thing. All right? So look at all these numbers, all these shiploads of these Europeans coming as indentured servants. This is the labor force, not Africans. This is 1753. 1753. Why are you paying people? Because you got to pay these people, right? You got to give them their freedom dues. Why are you still paying them when you got Africans? Free labor. It says down here, Ms. Janie Reville has compiled a list of many German, Irish, and French Protestants. All of the important groups that came in from February 19, 1763 through January 23, 1773 are listed below. February 19, 1763, 70 Irish petitions for lands in Boonesborough Township. And it says here, and given the date, you see the date, 89 poor Protestants from Ireland, 150 poor Protestants from Ireland. And different date here, 45 Germans petitioned for land. It says here, 81 French Protestants. These French Protestants, these Huguenots. All right, December 24, 1764, 56 German Protestants. Over here it says 306 Germans. 59 Germans, 80 Irish Protestants, 192 Germans from Rotterdam, 51 Irish, 128 Germans from Amsterdam, 155 Germans, 172 Irish, 227 Irish. Look at the dates. 437 Irish, 201 Irish. Look, these are Protestants supposedly. 414 Irish. The dates. 268 Irish, 231, 238. All right, you see the numbers. 418 Irish. The evidence is thus plentiful that thousands of poor Protestants, thousands of poor Protestants came to Carolina as indentured servants or as redemptioneers. Again, they're letting you know in this book that there's strong evidence that thousands and thousands of poor Protestants came into Carolina as indentured servants. This is just the Protestants. All right, every other group is not even being counted that came to Carolina right now. All right, so remember that all these Protestants, South Carolina, we're gonna get this in another video, the French Huguenots, what they have to do in South Carolina, and who are they? Protestants as well. It's called plantation production and white proto slavery, white indentured servants, and the colonization of English West Indies, 1624, 1645. All right. So indentured servants where? In the Caribbean, West Indies, plantation and production in white proto slavery. And this is from the Americas volume 41, number 3, from January 1985. You can find this on pages 21 to 45, about 25 pages, published by the Cambridge University Press. So it says here, the effective colonization of these islands. And they're saying St. Christopher, which is St. Kitts, in 1624, Barbados, 1627, Nevis, 1628, Montserrat and Antigua in 1632. Remember that Montserrat, we did we covered that, it was indentured servants, Irish indentured servants that were sent over there. And remember the guy was saying that it was supposedly for 100 years, the first 100 years, it was a white colony. It was all indentured servants of white people because they were Irish. They were saying white, but these were also, included people of color. And a lot of these so-called Montserrat people are the original Black Irish, actually. And they don't, they celebrate it, They said, go to St. Patrick's Day in Montserrat. You'll see what I'm talking about. So, and continues, says, what's possible. So these islands were possible because of early emergence of large plantations, which were clearly designed for large-scale production and the distribution of commodities upon the world market. They were instrumental in forging an effective and profitable agrarian culture out of the unstable frontier environment of the 17th century Caribbean. These plantations therefore preceded the emergence of the sugar industry and the general use of African slave labor. So they're saying, we're going to dodge the hijack. Again, what's African slave labor? It's a very small percentage. We're talking about European indentures and the Aboriginals in America being put into an indenture as well. But again, they're letting you know in this article, right, that this indenture service, this preceded, all right, this was before these agrarian culture plantations, these plantations that preceded were before so-called Africans were coming, before, all right, their whole story. Kunta Kinte, right? They developed during the formative years when the production of tobacco, cotton, and indigo dominated land use and utilized predominantly European indentured labor, okay? Predominantly European. These were the people. So when they're telling you they founded all these with African slaves, Barbados was founded by, and all these islands were founded by, that's a lie. They're telling you straight up right here. It was indentured service, and we already know, we've already read out numerous sources telling the same thing. The structure of land distribution and the nature of land tenure systems in the pre-sugar era illustrate this. Most planters who accelerated the pace of economic growth in the late 1640s and early 1650s by the production of sugar and black slave labor, so-called black, that's the hijack. We already know indentured servitude continued up until the 1800s. Already owned substantial plantation stock with large numbers of indentured servants, right? So even before they keep trying to throw in those tags, African, black, they're letting you know the drop in between, that these plantations were stocked with what? Large number of indentured servants, not Africans, stocked with indentured servants. Continuing in this article in part 2, it says the system of commodity production was built upon the labor of thousands of indentured servants imported from England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. All right. These were the people that were supplying these Caribbean plantations, the early colonies with, and it was Europeans, again, not Africans. Unlike the Spanish settlements in the Greater Antilles, Barbados and the Leeward were not densely populated with Indians who could be reduced to chattel slavery. All right. So unlike, again, what are they letting you know here? Major drop right here. Like, again, like I told you in my video, who the Spanish and Portuguese were really enslaving. Who were they really enslaving? when they're talking about all these so-called Negroes that the Spanish and the Portuguese were supposedly transporting everywhere in all their colonies. These were Indians. Like they're letting you know here, it's not like the Spanish settlements, right? Which they had what? A bunch of Indians to what? Enslave or put into chattel slavery, or your aunt, right? The Aboriginals. They weren't talking about Africans there either. The islands were part of the wider environmental and political network of the Caribs who inhabited the Lesser Antilles. The Caribs, like the European invaders, were a militant and imperial people who were in the process of establishing their hegemony in the Eastern Caribbean. So they're talking about how, when the Europeans got here, they noticed how the Caribs were kind of like trying to invade the Arawaks. They did invade the Arawaks, and the Arawaks would have beef with them. They would tell them stories about how they had beef with the Caribs, and the Caribs were kind of like, conquerors, Their cultural matrix made any form of labor subjection by the Europeans very difficult. Duterte, the French missionary, is he a Huguenot, who was familiar with the Caribs, noted that they possessed an innate contempt for manual labor, which drove them to launch a full-scale guerrilla war against the Europeans. They won some battles and killed a large number of whites, but eventually, over the 17th and 18th century, they were defeated and eliminated by Anglo-French, and Dutch military pressures. To clear the very forested land, initiate production, the English in the West Indies had, therefore, to look outwards for a labor supply. Like the French in the New World, they looked firstly to their homeland for this labor supply. And so just like the French did the same. What did the French do? When they needed a labor supply, they went to their country, France, or wherever they had colonies in Europe or wherever they were possessed, right? And they brought their homeland, they brought their own people over here, undesirables, convicts, same thing. And they didn't go to Africa. So what did the English do? They looked first in their homeland. They didn't go to Africa. They told us growing up that right away they went to Africa. They never told us anything about them going to their homeland in Europe to get slaves or labor supply, when they wanted sugarcoated. The slave trade from Africa was not fully established in the early 17th century. There was no such thing as an African slave trade. And it never was established. That's the whole point. See, now, right now in this article, and most articles we read, they always want to say, well, this preceded, this was before. When did it actually start? Show me the sources. Show me the ships. Show me the voyages. Show me what country they went to. Show me what tribe they took. Show me what port they landed on. Who they were sold to. All this stuff was recorded. Remember, this is the company. This is a business they're running. They don't take losses. They don't take risks. It's a business venture. So again, the slave trade from Africa was not fully established in the early 17th century. And it was a virtual monopoly of the Iberians and the Dutch. It was what? A monopoly from who? Iberians. Who's the Iberians? Iberians. They're talking about Iberia. Who owned Iberia? Who's the Iberians? Talking about Spain, right? Iberia is not just Spain and Portugal. It also includes a little bit of North Africa. A lot of the Mediterranean is Iberia. Iberians monopolizing. And the Dutch. The price of slave labor from Africa was prohibitively expensive, and the English were not familiar with black slavery as an institution, which made the dependence on British labor more complete. Again, what? The English was not what? Familiar with what? So-called black crayon color slavery, an institution which made the dependence on British labor more complete. They didn't know anything about that nonsense. They don't know nothing about Kunta Kinte or any roots, fictional stories. They don't know nothing about that. So they went to where they can get their slave labor from, their homeland, and from the Indians locally. It was common practice in 17th century Britain for farmers to hire labor by the year for agriculture and artisan work. The most logical step was therefore to demand labor from England under temporary indenture, not for a year, but for anything between 3 to 10 years. The planters would pay the passage, feed, clothe, and shelter the servant in return for their labor. At the end of the indenture, the servant would be given a freedom due of £10 or a piece of land. It was legitimate and acceptable within the labor tradition of English society. All right, this is the real slavery right here, indentured servitude. Not remember,
They would do things so you wouldn't get your land, so you wouldn't, be able to get your freedom dues. They extend your contract. You get trapped in this circle of indentured servitude. And that is what became chattel slavery, what we thought. In 1938, Peter Hay noted that a plantation in this place, Barbados, is worth nothing unless there be good store of hands upon it. These hands were shipped out from Britain, and white workers under indenture became the mainstay of the colony. In 1645, George Downing wrote to John Winthrop, governor of Massachusetts, a man that will settle there, West Indies, must look to procure servants, which if you could get out of England for 6 or 8 or 9 years' time, only paying their passages, or at the most but some small above it, would do very well, for so you shall be able to do something upon a plantation. Again, where's the Africans? When you start reading real records, when you start going through all these colonial primary sources, you know what primary means, from people from those times, speaking personal accounts, talking about, hey, go to England, go here, go to Iberia, go here, go to France, go to Portugal, go here, go to Germany, Ireland, Scotland, to get your slave labor. Biographical data can be used to illustrate the critical importance of indentured labor to agricultural development during this period. The careers of Henry Winthrop, the young son of famous John Winthrop of Groton and Suffolk and Puritan governor of Massachusetts, and Thomas Burney illustrate the important forces operating within the early Barbados plantation economy. All right. Winthrop arrived in Barbados during the tobacco boom of 1628 and wrote to his uncle, Thomas Phones, in October, stating that he, though intend God willing to stay here on the island called Barbados in the West Indies, and here I my servants to join in planting of tobacco. He soon realized that in order to continue in tobacco production, his plantation needed every year some 23 servants. He was satisfied that the importation of servants from England at a cost of 5 to 6 pounds for the passage of 10 pounds annually for food, clothes, and shelter was indeed money well spent. After his first crop reached London, he wrote to his father demanding more indentured servants in order to expand his plantation. All right, for what? For his plantations. And we grow up, they put this idea that anything related to a slave plantation or a labor plantation or any plantation in the Caribbean, no matter what period of their their colonization, whether it was early, middle, or late, because they're telling us only early here, but no matter what, they always told us that plantation meant African slaves, meant that they were putting people of color there from Africa, bringing them across the Middle Passage. But the real Middle Passage was from Europe coming over here, and it was really Europeans, indentured servants, that they did this with in the beginning and continued. Then they continued, and they did it with the local people too, the indigenous people. And continuing in this article, and I want to read this part to you, and pay attention to this part. It says, the spread of sugar production throughout the West Indies demanded not only large sums of capital and technology, but also a considerable flow of labor with varying degrees of skill, from common field laborers to highly specialized artisans. By 17th century standards, the plantation was so sophisticated production unit, demanding a labor force more complex than, say, an English estate. The grinding, boiling, curing, refining, and distilling process of sugar manufacture demanded industrial machinery, which had to be assembled, maintained, and at times modified. All right, so check this out, what they're trying to tell you here. Now, when we think of plantation and sugar plantation, we just think of so-called black Africans, so-called black, right, melanated Africans coming, and working in these plantations. But then we're not thinking about the whole production part of it, which also takes in grinding, the boiling, the curing, the refining, the distilling processes. All right, the assembly, the maintenance, the manufacturing, industrial machine to handle industrial machinery. Those are skills that some people may have more of based on their experience. Some people develop these skills from apprentices. Some people just develop the skills from working on a place like that for a number of years. Either way, a lot of these indentured servants had that experience and skills, and that was one of their things that they sold their service for. Their service was that skill. So again, what they're trying to let you know here is what they're about to tell you is that imagine you couldn't just bring anybody to just come work. You know, you needed to bring somebody that actually knew this process, can help and manage and grinding and boiling and curing, refining, and distilling. All right, so not just anybody from some random place in Africa that does never done this before could just come and do that. So what this meant, it says here that a labor force with basic literacy and familiarity with advanced industrial technology was necessary. A labor force that knew this, that had experience, was necessary in advanced industrial technology. In the early phase of sugar production, planters claimed that these qualities were rare in most Africans. Africans couldn't do this. You hear this is a big one right here. I didn't write this. You got to think about that. That's logical right there.
Yep.
They needed people who were skilled in this. And they had them in England and Ireland. So why would they go get somebody that never has done it before in a place they've never gone to before and risk getting people, risk drowning, risk getting their ships sank, risk not even getting anybody because they got to go kidnap them, right? But in England, they got the whole system set up for them. They got already the labor force separated and everything. The government is helping them bring these people over here. And they even say, these are skilled in this, these ones are skilled in that. So you got to choose from sometimes, maybe even pick specific indentured service. Like, hey, can you send me some that have worked in these kind of companies or in these kind of fields, so they can come here with that experience and help us in this plantation. And that's what they did, and that's what they're letting you know here. And it was rare, and these planters were telling you it was rare to find these qualities in most Africans. And when they were present, though it politically necessary to suppress or eradicate them, as a result they became heavily dependent on white indentured servants to make the critical transition to sugar production. All right, now we're gonna dodge the hijack big time here because they're gonna keep saying white only because these are Europeans they're bringing. It was only white people that was indentured servants, and that's not true. There's a lot of European melanated people coming over and working in these sugar plantations as well. We've already got that. We already know that, right? We know we got to open our horizons here. We got to dodge the hijack big time. You know, even though we're getting dropped, we just got some major drop. Then they bring us to a hijack a little bit, and maybe they do it unknowingly. And they're assuming only because they're Europeans that they're pale skin, and they're calling them white. But even though they were dependent on these indentured so-called white servants, right? For what? For the sugar, the critical transition to sugar production. The majority of planters found indentured servants qualitatively adequate for sugar production. The result was a very large increase in the demand for servants during the sugar boom of the late 1640s and early 1650s. The Civil War in England was critical in releasing a large number of laborers, and between 1645 and 1650, at least 8,000 servants joined the labor force. Remember, political prisoners, all these people who were losing these wars were being sent over here. And who were these people? By 1652, some 12,000 servants were employed in Barbados sugar production, not Africans. Governor Atkins noted that during the period of early sugar production, indentured servants did most of the work on the plantation. Again, Governor Atkins, all right, listen to all the Pan-Africans out there, says here that Governor Atkins noted that during the period of early sugar production, indentured servants did most of the work on the plantation. These poor tradesmen and artificers from the British Isles, Atkins noted, were critical to the development of the sugar industry in the colony. Critical in the West Indies, they were critical in North America, all the colonies. So, real history, if you're starting to pay attention, this is how it really went down. It wasn't no African slaves. During the period of 1628 to 1655, indentured servants experienced a degrading form of servitude. They worked as field hands in gangs on the plantations. Again, gangs in the plantations who indentured servants, not Africans. Sugar production in both the Old and New Worlds had long been associated with slave labor, and servants found their working relationships in the West Indies more oppressive than anything they had experienced in Britain. Both, again, pale-skinned people and colored people, melanated people. They worked in gangs with their African counterparts. That just means colored. They worked in what gangs? With their colored counterparts under severe overseers. The evidence of servants working with slaves in the sugar fields is interesting because it became common in the 18th century to designate field work as nigger work. You see? It's interesting that eventually they try to make that and relate that to people of color, or that derogative word. All right, so it wasn't. It's clearly that it wasn't. There's clearly, in all those Europeans, thousands and thousands of pale-skinned people that were in the plantations working in gangs, field hands, gangs on the plantation, property being treated like property, slavery. Legon noted how servants worked as field hands on the sugar estates between 1647 and 1650, and concluded that they got a harder share of the work than the slaves who were worked lightly during the first 2 years of seasoning. The hours of field work were indeed long. West Indian planters operated on the sun-up till sundown rule, using all daylight hours to advance the plantation. Generally, the work was hard, the diet poor, and the overseers brutal in their discipline. In 1648, Legon worked on Col Ford's plantation, which employed 28 servants and was able therefore to provide a first-hand account of their working lives. He noted, a primary source, he noted that when the servant ships arrived, the planters hurried abroad to inspect the white cargo. After the allotted time, remember, look at white, it's in parentheses. So remember when I talk about parentheses, the white cargo, because they're European. They just put them as white because they're European, but there's colored people included in that, people with dark complexions. After the allotted time, which was given to rural planters to travel into town, the sale began. It was a time of great activity in Bridgetown, as the auctions temporarily dominated the town's business. After making his purchases, the planter would send his new servants to the plantation with an overseer. On their arrival at the plantation, the servants had to build their huts in which they were to live over the period of their indentures, which ranged from 3 to 10 years. The next day, work began with the ringing of a bell at 6 a.m., according to Legon. So they had to build their own huts right away. If they resist, their times are doubled. And if they complain, they are beaten by the overseers. So you see how these people were being treated, right? So it's not just a Kunta Kinte story. In 1655, one observer noted that in spite of the large number of colored slaves on the island, the custom of all merchants trading thither is to bring as many men and women as they can. No sooner does ship come to anchor than the islanders go abroad inquiring what servants they can buy. These servants planteth, weedeth, and maneuvereth the ground all by hand in which lies their estates. During the 1630s and 1640s, planters kept gangs of female servants that weed and do common work about the plantations, but after the 1670s, female servants were not allowed in the field. They were kept primarily for domestic and sexual functions. Again, for what? For domestic and what? Sexual functions. Field servants were divided into 3 basic groups. Firstly, there was a group of subordinate overseers who worked part of each gang and were responsible for making sure that each daily task was completed. Secondly, there were the gangs of common servants who did most of the field work with the slaves. Thirdly, there were the gangs of common women who performed work about the plantations. I want to read from this article now. It's called A Righteous and Unruly Lot, Irish Indentured Servants and Freemen in the English West Indies, 1644 to 1730 by Hilary McD. Beckles. And this is from the William and Mary Quarterly, volume 47, number 4, October 1990. You can find this on pages 503 to 522, about 20 pages. It says here, 17th century English planters in the West Indies,
like their mainland counterparts, just like the ones in North America, established plantations with white indentured servants. Like them, they had to control or suppress the unruly behavior of disgruntled servants and landless ex-servants or freemen. All right, so continuing further down in the article, starts talking about, the convicts and the political prisoners. So it says Barbados was the favorite West Indian dumping ground for political prisoners during the Commonwealth. On September 15, 1649, after the Battle of Drogheda, Oliver Cromwell informed John Bradshaw, president of the council, that the enemy were about 3,000. They made a stout resistance, but those who escaped with their lives are in safe custody for the Barbados. They're ready to be sent to the Barbados. In October 1655, he ordered that all English, Scots, and Irish prisoners in Dorchester jail be forthwith sent to Barbados. All right, convicts. In addition to political prisoners, many hundred of Irish were legally defined by the state as social undesirables and transported to the West Indies. So if they say, oh, they don't like you, or they see you look kind of funny, kind of poor, you're walking around like, he's an undesirable. I don't desire him. I don't desire that guy. So he got sent because I don't desire that guy. He got labeled not desirable, and he got transported to the West Indies to help meet the insatiable demand for sugar planters for labor. All right, we just got the other article about sugar plantations. Same thing. And again, not Africans they're supplying these plantations with. Transporting such people had begun with the English court under the Charles I. Cromwell's regime carried out the practice on a far larger scale with the Irish. In 1654, for example, governors of several Irish counties received orders to arrest all wanderers, men and women, in such orders other Irish within their precincts as should not prove they had such a settled course of industry as yielded them a means of their own to maintain them. All such children were in hospitals or workhouses, all prisoners, men and women, to be transported to the West Indies. You hear this? And you think all these people were pale-skinned? Why is the West Indies so dark complexion then? Wouldn't there be more descendants of these so-called white pale Europeans? Even though there is today, we do find, like Irish descendants and all that, and we do know the story of indentured servitude, and we think it was just part of it, and just no. There were also colored people that looked just like people from Africa coming in, but they were Irish, they were Scots, they were German, and these people eventually were classified as Negro people, mixed in with all the other people of color. And just real quick, I'm not going to read from it, but I just want to remind everybody about this book, and that there is records of these indentured servants being brought over here. This is a book called The Original List of Persons of Quality: Immigrants, Religious Exiles, Political Rebels, Servant Men sold for a term of years, apprentices, children stolen. They even admit they stole children, maidens pressed, and others who went from Great Britain to the American plantations from 1600 to 1700 with their ages, the localities where they formerly lived in the mother country, England, not Africa, the names of the ships in which they embarked, and other interesting particulars. From Ms. preserved in the State Papers Department of Her Majesty's Public Record Office in England, edited by John Camden Houghton. This is to the members of the Genealogical and Historical Societies of the United States of America. This collection of the names of the emigrant ancestors of many thousands of American families that came in here like indentured servants is respectfully dedicated by the editor John Camden Houghton. And this is just an example of the contents in this book. It basically is a list or a muster or a census, as they call it, list of ships conveying immigrants to Virginia before 1625 to 26. Look at this: the Abigail, Ambrose, Anne, Blessing, Bonanova, Hercules, Hopewell, Jacob, James, Jonathan. These are ships: Swan, the Tiger, the Treasure, the Warwick, all right, the Flying Heart, the Falcon, the Elizabeth, the Mary, the Margaret. All right, that's one of the ships that Anthony's wife came on, and she was listed as a Negro. The Negro Mary and the Margaret, that was his wife. She was a Negro from England. This ship was coming from England, not Africa. All right, so we showed that, and we read from this book. In the last context, wanted to remind you, that it's in here. They even list all the rebels they have here and sent to Barbados, all that we just read. Called Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience by John Van Dersey. In the book, and this part of the book, introduction, just to finish it up, and it goes into basically the point I was saying earlier about the American Revolution and who these people really were. And right before I read this, they explain how, it really wasn't about really caring about people. It was more of a political thing. But what were they really fighting if they all they talk about is slavery and tyranny and all this stuff and being free and liberty? Who were they talking about? Were they talking about? They weren't talking about just the so-called Negro, because they had slaves. Remember, these people had indentured servants. They didn't care really about that. So it says here, why were the acts of the colonial authorities and of parliament so often linked by colonial speakers and pamphleteers? So people in media, like the people in the media, right? Or in publishing and making the books, commercial ads, advertisements. All right. So why would these speakers, motivational speakers, public speakers, pamphleteers, Samuel Adams, John Adams, James Otis, Thomas Jefferson, John Dickinson, Stephen Hopkins, Joseph Galloway, with slavery and tyranny? There was only one British practice which could and did actually subject colonial men and women to tyranny and enchantment. So they're saying there was only one real reason what they were really fighting, and it was basically, in that time, the only thing that existed was indentured servitude that kind of affected colonial people. It didn't just affect so-called African slaves, right? Because we're learning, right, that it's all Europeans that was affecting. So these people are being affected by that. And this is the main thing they were fighting for. Their cause was the whole indentured servitude system. The experience of servitude was both widespread and intensely personal. The practice was present, at least at settlement stages, in every colony. Again, in every colony, since the very beginning, they're saying at least, no, all the way up until the 1800s. We already know that. We read this before. All right, so this was there since the early stages of the colonies. The most prosperous colonies, Virginia and Pennsylvania, were economically founded on it. They were founded, Virginia and Pennsylvania was because of indentured servitude, not because of African slavery. They didn't owe it to African slavery, their establishment. It was because of the indentured servitude system. Moreover, the uprooting and transplanting of people to the New World. When we mean people, they mean Europeans, usually occurring in youth, in some cases in childhood, involving the separation from parents, brothers, sisters, and a home, produced, as we shall see over and over again, the kind of emotional trauma that individuals never entirely escape and whose effects resounded through the decades. No other colonial experience was so common and at the same time so profound. Basically, they didn't care about no African slaves or people of color or people coming from Africa. That was not the real reason of the whole American Revolution and freedom or even the Civil War, any of that. All right, these people were going through their own indentured servitude. A lot of these people were indentured servants / slaves. That's the hijack. Thus, people with dissimilar and sometimes conflicting interests could be united into a common opposition that focused and directed their deepest energies and frustrations against a single target. The old world hierarchy extended to the new, the transporting authority under which they had been brought over, in which they were under. They were under this system of indentured servitude. This is how they got here as slaves. They were brought over here as slaves, as indentured servitudes from the old world. Yeah, so-called old world. This is the true old world. But they mean England, right? Their mother country, which continued to rule them with potentially arbitrary power of a servant's master, in which, in order to be truly autonomous individuals, they would have to discard. All right, so they would have to get rid of that system, is what he's saying. That indentured servitude, that's what they were really fighting for, the Revolutionary War. And you know what? They even use indentured servants to do that. It's so ironic, right? On both sides.